All right. Another Saturday night. Therefore, another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I want to thank everyone who will be present tonight, everyone who will be on the panel and in the chat. I want to thank everyone who was with us last week Saturday and the Saturday before, on and on. I appreciate all of you. You know what I like to do? I like to jump on early and let you guys know what we have in store tonight as best as I can from the prompts. We're going to be talking about the perception of criminality and how it impacts African people and how African people are treated because of this perception of criminality. We're going to talk about the hashtag ADOS group tonight. Have they been undermining Pan-Africanism or not? We're going to listen to a guy talk about feminism and ask the question, does this man destroy feminism? We're going to visit one of the two topics we didn't get to last week. Are men just as guilty of dealing with the female version of a Pookisha? So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the ideological split between Nyerere and Nkrumah. We're going to ask the question, if we simply had open borders and a visa, would Nkrumah's model make more sense? So those are the topics that we have tonight. Drop a 1 if you can hear me. I see daily affirmations by Pauline is out there saying, good evening to you as well. If you can hear my voice, drop a 1. Also, let everybody on the Twitters and the Facebooks of the world, let them know that we're here. Share the link. Make sure you hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, make sure to subscribe as well. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to start the show now. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. Remember, the show is down to 3 hours now. But if you wanted to extend by 1 hour, let's get the numbers up. Right? Share those links. Tag me when you share the links on Twitter and Facebook and whatnot. And let people know what you're doing on a Saturday night. So we're going to start the show. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. So stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, our Saturday night Shoot the Breeze segment. You guys know what it is. I gave you an idea what's happening. So we'll go and drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 in a second. But before that, let me welcome in our brother Black Steel to the panel. Black Steel, how are you tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I'm hanging in there. Thanks for coming through.
All right.
Right now it's just me and you, but I'm sure Buana and them will be here tonight. Oni might not be on because I saw Oni's in the continent right now, so not sure if he'll be on. Speak of the devil, as they say. Boy, Buana's here. Buana, how are you this week?
I'm good, Koku. What's going on, bro?
Good. I'm hanging in there.
Good, man. Black Steel, respect you, bro.
Hey, Buana, how you doing? Respect.
Yes, sir. So, thank you guys for coming. So, without further ado, let me drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 says there was an ideological split between Nyerere model of a unified Africa and Nkrumah's. If we simply had open borders and a visa where ethnic groups were split, wouldn't Nkrumah's model make more sense? Lengthy, but it comes with two attachments. So what I'll do is I'll share the screen. The first one is taking us to Twitter, and it's taking us to Wode Maya on Twitter. The caption says, "How to jump from Kenya to Tanzania without a passport." How to jump from Kenya to Tanzania without a passport. And then there's a laughing emoji. It seems like it's not a thread. So I'll play the video. It's a minute long. I'll play it twice, and then we will discuss it.
Let me show you one of the craziest things I've ever seen across my travels in Africa. Come closer. This is international boundary, no entry into Tanzania. I want to break this protocol for the first time. Habari yako? Hey, Uzuri sana. I went to Tanzania without a passport, no visa needed, and it's super crazy. We are on Masai Mara, and where I am standing in Masai Mara. Welcome to Serengeti. This is crazy. Woo! Back to Mara. You know what? It's about time we break down these borders and put Africa together. Who created these borders? Let me know in the comment section. Just take a photo. Let me show you one of the craziest things I've ever seen across my travels in Africa. Come closer. This is international boundary, no entry into Tanzania. I want to break this protocol for the first time. Habari yako? Hey, Uzuri sana. I went to Tanzania without a passport, no visa needed, and it's super crazy. We are on Masai Mara, and where I am standing is Masai Mara. When I cross, welcome to Serengeti. This is crazy. Woo! Back to Mara. You know what? It's about time we break down these borders and put Africa together. Who created these borders? Let me know in the comment section. Just take a photo.
All right, that's Wode Maya. Shout out to Trigger Happy 262 Plus in the chat. Thanks for coming through. The second attachment to this Shoot the Breeze topic is a YouTube video. We're going to play it from a specific... Hold on a second. We're going to play it from a specific time point. So sit back. We'll watch the video, and then we'll have a discussion on all of it. Let me see.
Yeah. So we just stopped by in a community where everyone who lives in here, apparently they are descendants of Ghana. So at the end of the day, it means that everyone who is here speaks the Ghana language, which is quite interesting, man. So I guess I found Ghana in Cote d'Ivoire. He's an Ivorian, and it's his first time here.
My first time here.
Really? Nti, next is Obiala wa habi akutu. Obiala wa habi akutu. Your father village of Ghana. Oh, okay. In Bisano. Then I just say, we have a call. What's the tree? I mean, where? Wow.
Before Corona, I used to travel like
Where Ghana do it? Where Ghana do it? Fantini, match me a Fantino. Maybe talk about it. Yeah. Short pond. Okay, my man kind of control. Maybe short pond. Remember Buffy short pond. Or from our con. Also for the or Boba. Can you believe it?
You feel more in my country than myself. That's amazing.
He's actually the same tribe as me.
Oh, okay.
We are actually from the same region.
Wow.
Can you believe it?
Amazing.
Whoa. Hello. I just say, hey, I want to Matipa. Matides, I want to. Hey, betcha, man, betcha. Let Ghana ni another Ivorian. Ghana ni. Oh, aha. Oh, Uniba. Now, bet now this is here. Bet now how long ni?
Hey, my bet now almost 20-something years.
Hey, 20-something years. Benjamin. 20-something years. In China, Ivorian. Bonsoir. Hey, bonjour. Eh? Like a French.
But your French in the
Coco. I'm a Gasapana, KWAZ.
Okay, so I had no fun to follow dogs and fancy.
When you know, Fantano worker. Not sure Obialo to have I am Fantino.
Okay, you when I am fancy for that's near Dafla.
Oh, okay.
I will be on the phone, anything I will fulfill.
You are been more Hadiana.
Okay, I don't want me down to say, in your way, interview never
be someone. I saw looking at Sana. And that's it. When I check one. Hey, Radinyami. In the Chelsea, I check on it. Then check out the India check. And I also did check it as my phone.
In my phone, what I check. Every day I check a moment.
When in John, no, let's turn our check in.
I not.
To tell you, I'll be a check on with you.
Hey, for food on here.
Ufuna kakuana.
Hey, oh yeah,
I don't know. Fancy one for kakun down grow. Fancy hunter for. When I didn't make some Nkrumah. Okay. Hunter for no infant. Oh, so this is quite interesting, man. Like, I'm in the land of Ivory Coast and I'm speaking my dialect. Like, I'm not even speaking Tree, I'm speaking Fanti. You know, I'm a Fanti guy, so I feel so much at home than anyone else in here. I say, how about Norokoro? Hey, also it's slow. I don't know. Hey.
Mrs. Shabo.
This is a boy. And I got you no man.
I'm catching up.
Let's start to the couple.
I feel by
oh, I had it. I'm for Canada.
For Canada.
The Canada.
But you're very Abuyano.
The Adi Cassidra.
Bamatson Coco.
That's a French no power.
The
Cancer. I hear that not a bit of pass. Bonsoir.
Sava.
Savat Trepi.
Yes, I'll try you.
See, that's all I know. I guess there, also money mine. And
I know I
teach you some more words. Not today. I know what's on one French or Fantina or Waka.
By being French nowadays.
Wow. No, one passport no way, so I got a passport and then Ivory Coast passport.
Passport. But only the minimum.
We'll be so that, and I'll be so that I got it down there. I bought it. I got it.
The Macadamia Ghana, you
got it. Once, there be our powder day, I don't know. Man, call. There be our powder, I don't know. Only knowledge. I go, baby. I have a powder now, one double. I have a powder. Huh? Powder, very powder. Want to hard. Oh, I did. Uncle Canada. Let's say I have from Cassidra. Hey, that's a French. Hey, the picture, man. I'm in too. Huh? Mommy, I want a man. And I have phone on our arena. When you're numb, the lady, for you. This is interesting. Like everyone here speaks fancy or Zuma. Which is incredible, man. And you know, like the way they even build their houses is exactly the same way that the Nzumas of Ghana. I mean, what am I even saying? They're just the same people. We're just the same people that were divided by the colonial border. And at the end of the day, we see ourselves as I'm an Ivorian, I'm a Ghanaian, oh my goodness. Like, listen, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's about time every African out there know that Africa is just a village. Africa is just a village to the extent that when you cross the border, you meet your own people, and they don't even, how do I say this? Like, hey, nah, oh wow, is that got a flag? Yeah.
All right, I found that video interesting. If you guys want to watch all of it, you can just look it up right there. I found it interesting. I would have liked to have played all of it, but I realized it might be too long for some. Africa is a village. Africa is a village. You know, I was thinking about that the other day. We would sit up and say, oh man, the thing is that, you know, they divide and conquer. And yet we sit with the continent divided into these countries and borders, and not realizing that that's how they're able to conquer you, right? As the prompt postulates, the prompt says, should we stop number one? There was an ideological split between Nyerere's model of a unified Africa and Nkrumah's. If we simply had open borders and a visa where ethnic groups were split, wouldn't Nkrumah's model make more sense? Right? Let's hear from Carl on this one. Carl, what did you see in the video, and what's your response to to the actual prompt?
Well, from what I can see, it lets me know that Africa is one, and it just further reinforces my belief that the colonial borders that were put in place um, at the Berlin Conference need to be eradicated because those borders were created merely to exploit the continent. They weren't put in there for African people's benefit. They were meant to divide the people. You know, you have two different ethnic groups, two different tribes living on one side of the border. So these colonial borders that were in place were merely meant to facilitate the exploitation of Africa's resources. And I think that when African countries, were able to gain their independence from colonial powers, I think it was a mistake to leave these colonial borders where they were. And this has been the cause of a lot of issues, and it's very intentional by the colonial powers. They want to keep Africa divided so that way they can continue to steal from them and keep them subservient to them. So when looking at this video, it just kind of lets me know that these borders are just lines on a map. They don't really exist in the real world. I think that we see that everywhere. So I believe that uh, I think Africa definitely needs open borders, or such to where there is the unhindered movement across the continent. So that way we can, you know, unite Africa, because that unity needs to be of paramount importance. As we can see every day, this is, Africa uniting is the Europeans' biggest fear. So I think the collaboration of African nations and working together. uh, Now, I'm not too familiar with Nyerere and Nkrumah's differences, um, but I think that any model that allows African people to, you know, cooperate and build with other Africans of the same ethnicity in different countries, I think should be supported, and that needs to be pushed to the forefront. We need to stop having these ridiculous tribal differences, even amongst the diaspora. I feel like we need to identify more as Africans than whatever nation state we belong to. I think that's the source of our true power. All right, and I'll leave it there. Thanks, Koku.
Thank you, Black Steel. I think it's also necessary to looking at that video, the tweet video, where Wody is kind of mockingly crossing from Tanzania to Kenya back and forth. There's no white man standing there stopping you from moving back and forth. So what am I saying? You guys have the capability to erase those borders, man. You have that capability to erase those borders. And just so people are on the same page about Nyerere, who joined two countries to form Tanzania, Nyerere was hoping to unite Africa by region. And we talked about this before, Oni and I, on my platform. We talked about it in Nkrumah's sabotage of that. But Nkrumah was more so talking about, uniting along tribes, which will cross country borders, etc. Trigger Happy has some thoughts. I'll read his thoughts in a few. Let me first hear Buana's initial thoughts. Go ahead, Buana.
Yeah, so I don't believe in a borderless Africa. And if I was to take the best of Nyerere's thoughts in terms of regionalism, and if I was to take Nkrumah's vision of the whole tribal aspect of bringing tribes together and creating nation states out of that particular scenario, where you have, just because they extend, in large numbers across the colonial borders, I would use regionalism with the inclusion of tribe. And I'm going to use tribe this week, even though I have had to apologize for using it last week, because Wodamai himself referred to his tribe several times in this video. So Confidence get mad at me last week, but this week he himself uses. So sometimes one continental African he ain't offended by it. Sometimes one continental African just fine with it. But I would say that I would use the best of the two ideas and I would fuse these ideas together. I don't believe in a borderless Africa. For one reason is that Africa, when it first was divided and separated by the colonialists, that's one time period. But when you fast forward that to 2023, you have some other considerations going on because you have people with very nefarious intent going to different countries to do different kinds of things. So you want to be able to protect your borders and know who's coming in and know who's going out. That is a consideration that's necessary because Africa itself, you have a lot of internal enemies. People who benefit from the chaos want that chaos to be maintained. So they send these little militia groups all over Africa to start mess because they ensure that they're going to benefit from the chaos. So I believe that there should be considerations of borders because you need to know who's coming in and who's going out. Also, you have external enemies, people coming from an outside. Some of these people look just like me and you, and they posing as whoever. So I think that these things need to be considered. So this whole idea of a borderless Africa, I think that at this particular time, I don't think that the African society is ready for that yet. Regionalism, yes, because you have such close proximity, as Wodamai was suggesting. He is finding his people just across, just very close to one another. So if we living in the same region, of course, we should have some kind of regionalism going on. But even within that regionalism, you need to protect that because people coming from the outside, coming from Egypt and all over the continent, they moving around for different kinds of regions, not just trade, not just relationship, but they moving around Africa with the intent to create conflict. So I think that you should protect your borders in that sense until you could create some kind of cohesiveness on a continental scale. But as it speaks right now, Africa does not necessarily have one voice. Everyone in Africa don't speak the same kind of language. And when I say that, not just in the context of of a similar lexicon or whatever, but the ideology, that exists within the minds of some Africans is completely different. So that is going to create another kind of confusion. So until you are able to create some cohesiveness on a continental level, I think that you should protect what is working. You know what I mean? I think you should protect what is working first until you could create some kind of continuity and cohesion among the people of that entire continent. Because remember, it's 1.3 billion people, not really with the same particular views and mindset. And it's going to create chaos when you introduce a functional society with dysfunctional people or people with nefarious intent. So I think that these kinds of things need to be protected. What is working needs to be protected. What is not working, you can't spread it like a disease around Africa because you're going to create more confusion that's already there. But that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'm going to read Trigger Happy's comments, particularly towards you in these last 4 comments. But I'll say that is it really working? That's the question. Is it really? I mean, look at Nigeria, for example. Is it really working? But
yes, Nigeria. Sorry for cutting in, Koku. But you explained my problem. Nigeria is dysfunctional. Botswana is not. Liberia is dysfunctional. Rwanda is not. So when you start mixing and mingling, just like I'll give you a closer example. Now we have some of our brothers who come from certain places. The way we govern and in terms of how we look at all law and order and how things work. Some people, when they come in, they get introduced here. They don't necessarily have the same mindset. They live a little bit differently. So now needs to be some adjustment made. They need to ameliorate themselves with the society because if you let them function as they did, in the countries and where it was coming from, you can create chaos in your society. You understand? So you need some cohesion, you need some assimilation before that actually happens. This is what I believe, because on a practical level, I've seen it. And you've seen it too, Koku. We could get into it, but I ain't trying to ruffle no feathers.
Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I will say this to what you're saying though, because I don't think you're wrong in this sense. We can't just impose this idea tomorrow. So yeah, you're right, and I think these ideas are our targets for the future, and I think you gotta decide a course of action or actions actually that will get you to this targeted place. I don't think this is a let's do away with the stuff today and start this tomorrow. But I do think there should be some considerations when I look at some of the places that have these tribal problems and which lead to failed states. I do think that there's something about, a tribe or ethnic group or what have you, that they do things a certain way and that they should be in positions where their reality looks like how it's historically been, right? Right now we live in this white man's reality, right? It'll be nice for Africans, and not just Africa as a whole, but the specific parts of Africa in terms of people groups and stuff like that, to live in a reality of their choosing. So you're right. You can't do this tomorrow. Can't do it next year. This is going to be a long process towards these things. And furthermore, I think these conversations should happen because I think we should investigate all options. We should investigate all options. But speaking of that, I want to ask you guys a question. I'll ask a question, then I'm going to read Trigger Happy's thoughts, and then we'll come back to your answer. If Africa was to adopt Nkrumah's model, right, how does the diasporans fit into that, do you think? I mentioned in the chat while the video was playing, the second video, that a group of Bahamian people not too long ago went to Ghana and reached out with the Ahanta people, actually. I can't remember what became of that. Maybe Buana might be familiar. But I thought that was promising. I thought that was a good thing to do. So how do you integrate? Because if you go to a tribal thing, how do you view the diasporas? That's my question to you two guys. But let me read Trigger Happy's comments first, and then I'll come back and we'll close out this topic. So in the chat, Trigger Happy 262 Plus said to Buana, just because a continental says it doesn't mean much. Continental Africans also call themselves Bantus and Nilotes, and those are categories made by Nazis. He says saying a group is a tribe is weird because these are whole ethnic groups and nations. Obadali Kamban mentioned this, but they have kings, we have chiefs. We have to interrogate all concepts. He said regionalism also fuels tribalism because many regions feel as though they are distinct from another region, and that's a problem. Also, Africans already move around as immigrants already. Lastly, he says, by your argument, Buana, if we are going by the infrastructure argument, we aren't ready for regionalism either. Argument isn't about now. This is mostly the plan of the long term. Jonelle said hello on the way in too. So hi to Joe. Right? Lastly, Trigger Happy 262 Plus says, in my opinion, the diaspora should be granted citizenship as an option, but diasporan states, Caribbean, should be incorporated into a Pan-African state. Also, orientation is important to integrate into Africa. Yeah, that's interesting. When Gaston Up used to be around here, he used to talk about the tribe and how if you want to get through to continental Africans, you really got to get through to them on a tribe type level. So that's interesting. Anyway, to the two gentlemen on the panel, to that question that I asked, that Trigger just responded to, Black Steel, do you have a thought on that?
Well, I think that diasporans should be offered the right of return, similar to how the Israel, the settler colonial Israel, offers to Jewish people. I think that that definitely should be an option. And I'm sorry, what was your other question, Coco?
It was mostly about the diasporans. I don't think I asked another question, but you could comment anything. Trigger Happy
Oh
certainly
yeah,
can
yeah,
chat.
yeah. I definitely think all members of the diaspora should have the right of return. In those Caribbean, I mean, to me, any type of Pan Africanism, if you want to include the Caribbean islands, those that are majority Black, if you want to include them in this federation, I think that would work good. Give people the right to go back and forth. I think something similar to how it's done in the European Union would be feasible, because you have these different European nations and these people go back and forth. They don't need passports. They just work together. They have a similar currency. I don't think we should emulate the European too much, but I do think that that type of freedom across borders, I think it is definitely something we need to embrace.
Yeah, so let me do my best. I don't know if Black Steel was finished.
I think
I'm
so.
done. Go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, so I don't know if regionalism would lead to tribal conflict, but what I would say is that if I was to think about someplace like Texas, now Texas is a odd state because Texas is one of the states in America that was trying to succeed from the Union, but eventually they accepted the fact that they was a part of the Federated States of America, even though they got their own thing going down there. So if you was to apply that to the separate tribal groups, that larger tribal groups that exist on the continent itself, yes, you would have the Fantis and the Shantis and the different tribal nations that exist, but I don't necessarily think that that would automatically spell out into tribalism. I can't make that kind of leap. I think that that's a leap that you would have to see that. What I mean, you would have to see that really to find out if that would actually happen. I don't know necessarily know if that's gonna in fact occur. If we was to be left alone and unfettered, and if we was to be given our own choices of where we would want to live as tribal groups, and we was to cut out our own specific territories and areas, I don't necessarily, maybe it might as well, but I don't necessarily know that as a fact. Um, the second question, in terms of the us in the Western Hemisphere, what I would say is we should be given a carte blanche, special consideration if we was to want to return back to the continent of Africa, in particular West African states or West African tribal groups, because ethnically we have many percentages of all of them anyways. If you was to do a DNA test, many of us could claim many of these tribal groups who now exist in the different territories in West Africa. So
Absolutely.
I can't be denied from a particular area or region if a percentage of myself is I'm a part of that specific group. So I think that we should be able to have our own decision of where we would want to particularly settle, or among whom we would want to settle after going back there, if the decision is to either integrate with the tribal group or create something for ourselves there. But I think that we should have a carte blanche uh, uh, opportunity, carte blanche to decide to go wherever in West Africa where we decide to, because we are the best of all of those people together. We are the best of all of those groups. So that's what I would say about that particular question.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Buana. Real quick, Buana, did you hear about that connection that was made with the Ahanta people? Did you
Never heard
know
about
that?
it. Never heard about it. No, never heard about it. No.
Oh,
Where
yeah,
is it on YouTube?
Yeah, I think you can find it on YouTube. I want to say I posted it one time, but yeah, you should be able to find it on YouTube.
I'll check it out.
Yeah. All right. Good conversation there. If there's no last words, we should probably move on to the next topic.
I don't have any last words about this topic, Koku, but I just want to say there was a shooting today in Jacksonville, Florida. A white supremacist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a white supremacist walked into a Dollar General and shot 3 people. He had an AK-47. He had a bulletproof vest. You know, I got some family who stay in Jacksonville, but I just want to, remember those people in our thoughts because this war against us is never ending.
That Black Seal, that crazy lady, she don't know what she did. The governor for Alaska, Sarah Palin, she is going on a public platform talking about civil war, and she doesn't understand that she is lighting a fuse that she will not be able to control. She needs to be very careful with her words, very careful.
Appreciate that. I didn't know. D Web is out there too. So hopefully he's okay out there. Let's keep all those people in our thoughts for sure. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 2 says, Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says, is this the uprising we need? Are men just as guilty of dealing with Pookisha? This came with a link taking us to Twitter. Shout out to The4Kast who's in the chat. He said, Buano was talking about civil wars yesterday. That must have happened on Brother Bakari's show last night. I missed it last night. I got to catch up. You guys make sure check out Bakari. Also check out The4Kast Radio, Cassidra Cheek show, Rem on the Bush, and of course Oni, the Pro-Black Perspective, and the Harsh Rally podcast, which is back now. So you guys tune into that show as well. So this came with this link to Twitter from the cool Nigerian bitch, apparently. It says the uprising has begun. Sisters ain't having these ratchets representing Black womanhood. Push the line, sisters. So let's see this 2.5-minute video. Let's check it out.
In an interview with Dirty Red, as she talks about how she like Pookies, and I'm trying to figure out, this is a woman who made a song about what color her booty hole is. What kind of man did you think she like? What kind of man do you think would be attracted to a woman like her? A Pookie. Pookisha, they go together. They're a match made in hell. I don't know what other answer you thought you was gonna get out of Pookisha. Like, it's a lot of people right now using that little clip of Sukiana to say that she's a representation of Black women. No, she not. She don't represent me. She ain't represented me, will never represent me. She is a Pookisha, just like Dirty Red. Those are Pookishas. They represent that sector of women. And it don't matter what color you are. Any race of woman can be a Pookisha. I mean, if you just trash, you just trash. It don't matter what race you are. But those are a separate group of women. Same way I always made it clear that Pookies are a separate group of men, Pookishas are a separate group of women. Don't ever try to say Pookishas represent Black women. Don't ever use Sukiana and Stanky Red in the same sentence with Black women. Like that has nothing to do with us. They do what they do. Love that for them. Don't ever say they represent us. We did not elect them to represent us. Y'all men love to talk about women liking Pookies, but a lot of y'all like Pookishas. Let's be serious. Go look at that gremlin of a first baby mama that you got who a Pookisha, a river rat. Like, let's be for real. A lot of y'all attracted to trash too, right? So we ain't gonna act like a lot of y'all made a lot of poor decisions when you was younger. You was just somewhere horny and wanting to sleep with somebody and you got a Pookisha pregnant. Don't nobody want to come in and be no stepmama to no baby by no Pookisha. Don't nobody want to have to interact with her, talk to her, even make eye contact with her. All right, Pookishas don't know how to act. They always run to fighting because they ain't never got nothing to lose. Nobody wants to have to deal with that. So y'all men be in the same boat as the women who deal with Pookies. Y'all be wanting to up your status and deal with better caliber of women and then act as if don't nobody got to deal with your hood red of baby mamas that you got, that you made with these poor decisions that you did from your past. It don't work like that. You can't just erase your history just like the women can't. So we're not going to keep pretending and acting like only women pick poorly, only women mess with Pookies. In an interview with Dirty Red, as she talks about how she liked Pookies. And I'm trying to figure out, this is a woman who made a song about what color her booty hole is. What kind of man did you think she liked? What kind of man do you think would be attracted to a woman like her? A Pookie. Pookisha. They go together. They're a match made in hell. I don't know what other answer you thought you was going to get out of Pookisha. Like, it's a lot of people right now using that little clip of Sukiana to say that she's a representation of black women. No, she not. She don't represent me. She ain't represented me, will never represent me. She is a Pookisha, just like Dirty Red. Those are Pookishas. They represent that sector of women. And it don't matter what color you are. Any race of woman can be a Pookisha. I mean, if you just trash, you just trash. It don't matter what race you are. But those are a separate group of women. Same way I always made it clear that Pookies are a separate group of men, Pookishas are a separate group of women. Don't ever try to say Pookishas represent black women. Don't ever use Sukiana and Stanky Red in the same sentence with black women. Like that has nothing to do with us. They do what they do. Love that for them. Don't ever say they represent us. We did not elect them to represent us. Y'all men love to talk about women liking Pookies, but a lot of y'all like Pookishas. Let's be serious. Go look at that gremlin of a first baby mama that you got who a Pookisha, a river rat. Like, let's be for real. A lot of y'all attracted to trash too, right? So we ain't gonna act like a lot of y'all made a lot of poor decisions when you was younger. You was just somewhere horny and wanting to sleep with somebody and you got a Pookisha pregnant. Don't nobody want to come in and be no stepmama to no baby by no Pookisha. Don't nobody want to have to interact with her, talk to her, even make eye contact with her. All right, Pookishas don't know how to act. They always run to fighting because they ain't never got nothing to lose. Nobody wants to have to deal with that. So y'all men be in the same boat as the women who deal with Pookies. Y'all be wanting to up your status and deal with better caliber of women and then act as if don't nobody got to deal with your hood red of baby mamas that you got, that you made with these poor decisions that you did from your past. It don't work like that. You can't just erase your history just like the women can't. So we're not going to keep pretending and acting like only women pick poorly, only women mess with Pookies.
All right. Just wanted to play that twice, make sure everyone got it. Shout out to The4Kast in the chat. Also, I think the matron said hello earlier, and I might not have mentioned it. Shout out to the matron out there in the chat as well. Should we read topic number 2? Is this the uprising we need? Are men just as guilty of dealing with Pookisha? Real quick, I noticed she mentioned how women don't want to be stepmothers to, these bad kids and associated with the Pookisha. And it made me realize something. I don't think women are asked to be stepmothers a bunch. I don't think they're asked to step in and mother another woman's child by this man. I don't think they're asked as much as men are asked to step in and become stepfathers to someone else's child. I'm kind of shamed if you're not interested in doing that. I find that very, very interesting. But I digress. Let me start with Buana this time. Buana, what say you to this?
No, women are they are not asked. They're just made to. They just accept and I don't like to speak for women, but just off of the women who I have heard in certain conversations, they just go along with it because they like the man that do it. Now, what some of the Pookishas do to undermine the relationship is they create conflict through the child. So they will mess up a man's good relationship with his partner because the man may have had a child with Pookisha. So they would use that child to undermine the relationship in terms of being ridiculous, in terms of asking for outrageous things, in terms of just putting poison in that child's mind about the partner. So the partner acts out, when he comes to his dad's home and he knows the woman is there. So they do things to actively undermine. But the woman, she's not gonna say anything because she's more understanding. Men ain't on that run. Men are like, hey, I gotta take you and all these people here. No, man, it's just a different kind of thinking going on. But I think that what this lady was saying was 100% correct. I think that um, we don't really consider sometimes as men the fact that women have to deal with the bullshit that we was on back in the day in terms of the down some now not all some women who we would have dealt with when we were very young. Now we done had children with the chick, and we still have to deal with that mess, and she has to deal with that baggage. And I think that is good for sometimes women to express that, because I would have never considered it, even though a lot of women living in quiet misery because they love the man that they with, but they don't necessarily love the fact that he have some baggage that she really don't want to deal with, and this lady is just expressing it. So I say bravo to her. I don't think that she really lied in anything what she said, not one time. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I get what you're saying about the women are just made to be, but are they being made to be a mother though, or are they just made to be a woman who looks out for these children? I think for men we are kind of tasked with, you gotta step in there and you gotta be a father, not just some dude who kind of looks out. Like you gotta be, as if you were the man who impregnated his woman. I think there's a difference there, and I find that to be interesting. Black Steel, what say you to all of it?
Well, I think that we have to remember that when usually when the relationship ends, the mother gets custody most of the time. So when a woman, if a woman gets with a man who has children, he's not going to have those children. At best, he's not going to have them 50% of the time. They're going to be with the mother, and in many cases, they may be with the mother more than that. So she doesn't necessarily have to come into a stepmother situation because he doesn't have the kids. Now it's different if the mother has died, if he's a widow or something like that. But I think that in most cases, since women are going to be the ones who have custody of the children, you're going to see more stepfathers than stepmothers. That's just that point. But as far as uprising, women are, women don't want, every woman doesn't want to be associated with this, mess that we see on the internet and on the TV and everything else like that. I think a lot of women don't want to be lumped, just like a lot of black men don't want to be lumped into all the negative stereotypes that we have about black men. Black women don't want to be lumped into those negative stereotypes either. So I think it's good that they're kind of saying, hey, I'm not included with that. Don't include me with that. That's how I really think about it. I don't think there's no real major pushback, honestly. I think that I don't know. I guess to me, because there's always been ratchet, raunchy music, I don't ever see these women as a representative of anybody. I just see them as people performing, and they're, it's really just minstrel music. We look at all these negative black stereotypes that are being portrayed in music and entertainment, and I realize it's all really at its very core, it's just minstrels. And since when have these ever represented the majority of black people? So that's just my thought. I just can't. we can't buy too much into it. You know, this is not us. It's never been us. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Black Steel,
Yes, sir.
Black Steel is a thinking mind. Okay, so Black Steel would not. He would not. He would look at this as a minstrel. Matter of fact, the fact that he know what minstrel means, it takes him out of. Yeah, it takes him out of a specific category of people. But for the rank and file, Black Steel, for the rank and file, when you see people walking around with purple and yellow hair and shit like that, obviously they watching them, and the whole culture movement that's going on. When you see some of these young women parading them, the young people parading themselves, the brainless ones, not the people who are mindful, but the brainless ones. When you see them walking about the streets of Bahamas, Florida, a lot of places in the Western world, you say, okay, these people are being influenced because they take it beyond the television now, and they take it beyond the fact that it's just entertainment, and they want to become the thing. So it's a mindset that it comes with it. It's impactful, brother. You know what I mean? But people like me and you who maybe consider things a little bit more is gonna look at that and say, well, this is a clown show. But for the rank and file out there, it's a tragedy, brother. I gotta say, it's a tragedy.
It is a tragedy. I think like you said, the propaganda is so strong and so overwhelming. Sometimes we don't know reality from fiction. So I think that these young people, they buy into these type of ideas. Not just young people, but and I think one thing I want to say is this: is that Black people are going to be called, no matter what we do, we're always going to be seen as Pookies or Ray Rays or Pookishas, by the larger society. Yeah, I think sometimes we're hard on those of us who don't conform. But I agree with criticism with affection, Wanda. So yeah, I definitely understand it is a tragedy because you can't expect to go farther or go in life talking about these type of ideas and expect that to go anywhere. I'll leave it there.
Shout out to Yona B. Haven't seen her in a while. She's in the chat. She said she's echoing Juana here earlier. She said we are not asked to, we are expected to be stepmothers. LOL. Brother Bakari's out there. He says, did y'all hear about the white boy walk in Dollar General and kill 3 black people before killing himself in Jacksonville, Florida? Yeah, Carl just broke that news on the show tonight. So we just had a brief conversation. I hadn't heard it until Carl mentioned it just now. So
you know what they just said? They said that he planned this today because a couple of years ago there was a video game tournament in Jacksonville and the white boy was losing. I think it was Madden, and he ended up killing the black boy and another boy there, and he killed himself. So this is, I guess, was being done on the anniversary of that murder. I guess, these white supremacists, they plan things to commemorate their massacres and their violence.
all right, Brother Bakari asks if we turned our TVs to the game. Now, which game is it? Okay, ABC, HBCU Classic. Oh, that's today? Oh, okay. Who's in it? Is Gremlin in it? Let's go to, if there's no last thoughts there, let's go to the next topic. That would be Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 3. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says, does this man destroy feminism? This came with a link, of course, taking us to YouTube. Let's check it out and then we'll discuss it.
Truth bombs. Take a listen. I mean, doesn't the Quran say that men have authority over women?
Well, don't they? I mean, according to your own narrative, men have been running the show. The feminists are asking for their so-called rights from who exactly? Okay, if you didn't have what you call patriarchy, then what you would have is a hell on earth for women. Because clearly, Women do not have the power to coerce men, to force men, to make men deal with them this way or that way. If you're out somewhere and a man starts to chat you up and you don't want to be chatted up, what do? You tell him, I have a boyfriend, I'm married, and he goes away. You have to conjure up an imaginary man to get him to back off, because 9 times out of 10, only a man can keep another man in check, because men are inherently more dangerous than women. Instead of patriarchy, replace that word with bodyguard. What makes more sense? For you to be my bodyguard or for me to be your bodyguard? Who do you think is more capable of protecting who? From who? If men didn't protect women, who would? Why, men would do whatever they wanted. And isn't your bodyguard responsible for you? Shouldn't you listen to him if he says, for example, don't go here, don't go there, or let's take this route instead of that route because it's safer? Isn't that authority? Yeah. But he's doing it for you. Would you feel resentment about that authority? That's irrational. Look, you cannot dismiss the importance of physicality, human physicality. We're physical beings. Technology does not level the field the way you think it does. And if you were walking in the street by yourself late at night and you see a man coming towards you, which one of the two of you is more likely to be afraid? Who's going to be scared of who? But see, you in the West have confused this. The feminists have confused this. The power imbalance, that literal physical power imbalance, that imbalance in the ability to coerce and exert force and to be violent, is just a fact and a reality of the power imbalance between men and women. But your culture is in love with power. It's in love with force. It's in love with violence. So to you, whoever has the greater capacity for violence, whoever has the greater capacity for being dangerous, then that person is better. The one who can exert his will is better. Whoever has the power to force people to do something is better. And whoever is weaker is less. It's because you admire power so much, and you admire force, and you admire the ability to coerce, that you find yourself resenting that men have authority over women, or the idea, the concept of men having authority over women, because you think it's unfair. You think that women are being deprived. But remove that authority and see how deprived you'll be. Remove that authority and you will be in danger. You will be deprived of your safety. You'll be deprived of your security, your freedom, and maybe your life. You invent a concept, this concept of equality, and treat it as sacred, and you believe in it religiously, with religious devotion, and you demand that everyone believes in it, and no one can dare doubt the reality and the holy truth of the concept of equality, even though all evidence that you are exposed to on a daily basis disproves that concept. So you'll make fun of us and you'll look down on us and you'll insult our intelligence for believing in something that you say we don't have any proof for. Meanwhile, you're believing in something for which all of the proof that exists disproves it. You see how incoherent your thinking process is?
You see, all modern feminism has to their advantage are words. And a lot of people might say the pen is mightier than the sword. That's true to an extent. I'm a writer. I know the power of words, especially well-written words. However, in order for words to be effective, they have to make sense. There has to be truth in those words. And without that truth, you're just dealing with Disney. And that's what the feminist movement is, basically. Disney. Because there's no truth behind it. If you take away the patriarchy, what does feminism have? Nothing. Women would be in danger without the patriarchy. The patriarchy is what keeps us safe. Because if you take those laws away, again, we have nature. We have the nature of man and the nature of woman, which is not just the emotional nature, it's also the physical nature. And that, as women, we do not want to confront because we know what it means. We have no foot to stand on. We are physically weak compared to men. The only demographic of human beings on this planet that women have an advantage over are children. And we utilize that advantage as well. So without the structure of patriarchy, you would have men dominating women, women dominating children, and children dominating each other. That's the way it works. That's the totem pole of power. And as he stated in this video, as a culture, we are obsessed with violence and strength and dominance. What it boils down to, the anger that's in a lot of women. We're jealous of men. And I don't care what you say to me. That is the truth. Because you know what physical strength means. You know what dominance means. And you know you don't have it. So you're trying to write it into history. And good luck with that. Good luck with trying to write something fantastical. Yeah, you might end up with a movie like Avatar. Visually beautiful, fantastical. But in real life, it doesn't make sense. It's not going to happen. There are no blue people. You might have movies like She-Hulk and other films where women have an unimaginable amount of strength where they can go toe-to-toe with men. But as we know, that is not real life, right? And feminism is not real life. It's a fantasy. It's a dream. What the man said in this video is reality, and that reality terrifies us. So hence, feminism, trying to create some illustrious words that is going to make men feel guilty about their nature. Good luck. Yeah, it might work with some guys, but guys are not going to give up who they are. And we're always going to need men, no matter what. And women can sit there fantasizing about a world where men don't exist. Good luck with that too, because men are always going to be here. So will bears and other animals that we're afraid of. They're always going to be here. Nothing you can do. That's the planet we live on. So keep working with your words. Keep trying to make men feel guilty. Keep trying to make men feel that we need an egalitarian planet. Egalitarianism doesn't exist. Equality does not exist between the genders. It simply does not. You could give people rights. We have those. I can vote. I can work. I can do what I want to do. But what more do you want? You want to bend the very nature of men? It won't happen. Because men are different. And so are you.
My first marriage, I got married when I was 24. I messed that up. The second one,
Just went to the next video.
This man is dropping truth bombs.
You wouldn't let me stop it in time. Very interesting video. I think there's a lot of things I do agree with, but I'd like to hear from my panelists. First, Black Steel, does this man destroy feminism?
I don't think he destroys feminism. I think that he's really, so there's different types of feminism, right? So it kind of varies on the level, but you have on the furthest, the craziest, the wackiest versions of feminism are what you call the radical feminists. So the radical feminists believe that men are inherently violent. Men are inherently dangerous. Testosterone is the most dangerous chemical in the world. If as a rad fem would say. So a radical feminist hearing these sentiments would come to the conclusion that, hey, we just simply need to eradicate all men, because if they're going to be violent with us, we just need to eradicate them all. I think that's a ridiculous thing. I don't think she's really destroying feminism or this man, but I think he's really speaking to some of the paternalistic aspects that patriarchy has, in that men tend to protect their women and children because they are weaker. You know, they're not as physically strong as men are. So I kind of think he's speaking to just the paternalistic aspects of patriarchy. That, truth be told, I'm not a woman, but I believe most women don't really have an issue with that particular aspect of patriarchy. They don't mind the protection, they don't mind the providing, they don't mind the other aspects of patriarchy that benefits them. But it's some of the other aspects of patriarchal control that they have an issue with. Speaking as what feminists do, the violence, the not being paid equally for the same amount of work. I think that's the issue they have. I think most feminists probably wouldn't have an issue with certain aspects of patriarchy. I think they actually benefit from it. No one's going to expect women to get out on the front line and join the draft, or if somebody breaks in your house, you're not expecting your woman to go see what it is. So I think that most feminists, even though they complain about patriarchy, there's aspects of it that they really don't have a problem with. I think these women, they really consider it to be get rid of male dominated control. They wouldn't like that world. These women don't want to cut the grass. They don't want to pay bills, but they think all of a sudden, if the patriarchy goes away, all of that responsibilities, those will be on you now. And I don't think that that's something that they really, really want. So I don't think he really destroys feminism, but I do think that he does highlight some of the benefits that patriarchy has for women. This woman here, I don't know, she doesn't seem like a very nice person. Maybe it's just me. I just think her energy just kind of, I don't know. But when she said that women and men are equal, I don't necessarily ascribe to that, because men and women are different. They are, but I think we complement each other. So where women might be weak in some things, they're stronger. They're strong in other things. So even though we're not equal in ability, we are equal in value. All right. So I'm not going to say that men and women aren't equal. I think that it's coming from a very Eurocentric European idea where men and women are in conflict, whereas with an African worldview, men and women complement each other. And I think we have to realize that feminism, the idea of feminism, comes from a Western worldview where white women were not given the spoils of empire that as white men went across the globe. So this is really what feminism really is, a reaction. It's reactionary. It's not a revolutionary movement. It's reaction that white women had to not being included with in the white man's genocidal wars and conquests. So with that in mind, I don't think that African people really do have the same issues. And when we do have the issues, many times it's because we've accepted a European mindset and worldview. So I'll leave it there. I'll let Juana speak. Thank you.
I think I think in this, and I think this is what he's speaking to as well. I think in this European defined reality that we live in, where they have power and they have their reasons for always seeking out power, right? Which is what he was talking about. I think this guy is destroying feminism from the respect that that thing that they call patriarchy, which Black Steel just mentioned as, they like some things, but not all the things. I think what he's getting at is for what it is and how it keeps you protected and what the alternative would be if you take away that ability for your protection. He's saying, don't say you like some of the things, just like it. Like, don't push back against me if I'm the guy who's taking the bullet in service to you and your protection. So whatever other little bullshit comes out of that type of thing, yeah, just go with it. And let's not hear you complaining with your feminism talk. You know, Buana, what say you to all of it?
No, I completely disagree with him. I think his arguments are flawed, and I think that they are extremely hypocritical. And I'm gonna give you my reasons. First of all, he said that technology is not an equalizer. I beg to disagree, because technology can't force us to be equal. And the reason why I say that is that if you put a gun into a woman's hand and she is angry enough and she instructs a man to do a particular thing, he is going to yield to that for fear of great harm or death. So even if she is 120 pounds and that man is 260 pounds, she still could exert her force over him and basically make him do what she wishes. So technology has becomes the great equalizer in that scenario.
What happens
Also,
when he has a gun too?
Let me finish. I'll let you go, Koku, because I didn't hear you. Also, in terms of protection, now Brother Bakari teaches women how to shoot. He ain't teaching women how to shoot for themselves. He's teaching them to ensure that they could protect themselves if they have no man. Because there are many women they are manless. You know what I mean? So they have to use that technology to be the great equalizer. Second, this whole idea of might makes right. Now, if you believe in that philosophy, then we are part of the animal kingdom. And we are one of the weakest animals in the animal kingdom. If might makes right, the elephant is really supposed to be governing over all the other animals in the animal kingdom, including human beings, since we are the weakest. You know, but the reason why they are not able to is because we have the ability to reason and think. This is the reason why we survive in the savannas of Africa. You know, around all them predatory animals, we was able to outthink them. That's how we was able to dominate and control them. So the suggestion to believe that a man has the ability to think better than a woman, that becomes a different argument. Because I believe that some women are just as cunning, just as sharp, and can harm man with the fact that they are cunning and sharp over men. Now, men have the false belief that they're the best thinkers because of the gender. That's a ridiculous notion. I think that men and a man have the ability to think, a woman have the ability to think. This is what puts us at the top of the animal kingdom. So it's not necessarily that might was making us right. It's the fact that we can outthink all the animals in the animal kingdom. That's what puts us at the top of the food chain in the animal kingdom. And that ability to think is beyond just the male gender. You know, that extends to the female gender as well. Let me just say that. Not one last thing that I wanted to say is the idea of him putting this whole idea of power over onto the Western world, saying that the Western world has these considerations of might makes right. Well, the Islamists, the Eastern countries in the Islamic world, they exert power over their women through force as well. So they believe in might makes right because they force their women to do all kind of things all the time. You know, so I don't know where he coming with this. Because if you doing the same thing as the Western man doing in the Western world, then you believe the same kinds of ideas and concepts. So you believe in the idea of power and control. You know, it's just that you pushing it off onto your woman. You know, whereas in the Western world, they may not be. Now, I find it weird that I arguing for the Western man, but I'm just saying this whole idea of might makes right. If we want to play that game, you know, the whole thing is that the strongest animal supposed to be at the head of the food chain, and it's only because we are the thinking animal in the animal kingdom that puts us at the top of the food chain. And I think that is you know, a genderless discussion. because a woman can be just as intelligent as a man is. And as far as technology, technology is the great equalizer. If you put a 357 in a woman's hand and she weighs 135 pounds, she can make a 300-pound man do whatever she wants him to do. But go ahead, Coco. I didn't get your question though.
No, I think. Well, first to begin with, I think he's not speaking on a per person or individual level. He's talking about on a world scale. You take away men being protectors of women, just protecting them, because, like you said, we're part of the thing called animals. You take down that protection of men because men like to seek out power, blah blah blah. Right? You take that away. He's telling women, do you know what your world would look like if you took that away? So that led to my question, because you was talking about women having the right to bear arms too. My question was, well, what happens when that man is also bearing arms? And then what happens? And then what happens when the arms run out?
Well, in that, if you are in a situation where two people equally have firearms, then they are on equal footing. Nobody needs protection over nobody else. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to die, and nor do I. In that scenario, then we are on equal footing. That's what I say. The technology is the great equalizer. But if the argument is without technology, of course, nature comes in. When nature comes in, of course, the man is going to dominate in that scenario. But like I say, technology becomes the great equalizer.
I mean, what are we really asking? Are we really talking about if it came down to like a physical battle between men and women, who would win?
They are talking about force and power.
Yeah,
I
think that. Well, one thing about it is that women have the capacity to be violent just as much as men do, but women's strength might not be necessarily physical. You know, women poison men all the time. You know, women can get you while you're sleeping. I don't think women are smart enough to know not to do a head-to-head direct confrontation with the man that they're with. But to his point, when you deal with these violent men in public, then yeah, women are going to look towards other men to support them. I don't really think that's what feminism is about. I don't think, unless you're talking about radical feminists, they're the ones who want to kill all men. And I think a rad fem would basically say, hey, we need men to protect us from other men, therefore men are the problem. If men are so violent that you need other men to correct them, then the problem is men. I don't think that's true. I understand that most men are not violent. The overwhelming majority of men have no desire to hurt anybody, except in maybe self-defense. But I'm just thinking to myself, like, what is it that he's pushing? I mean, because if you really think about it, what is that that so-called feminine, what do they really want? What do they desire? Do they desire for men to not be in control? Or do they desire just merely to have the same rights that men have? I don't necessarily have a problem with that, to be honest. I don't think that women should be mistreated in any way because they're women. Now, when you go on that crazy stuff that, men are inherently dangerous, I think that when you get into that second wave feminism, you get into that third wave feminism, okay, we got a problem. But for the very idea that, hey, women are people, they should have rights, they shouldn't be mistreated or discriminated against because they're women, I don't necessarily see a problem with that. I don't think most men see a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't believe in the whole white women feminism. I don't believe in the white women feminist movement. I'm a humanist kind of individual. I believe in there should be a certain amount of equality. My idea is not to beat up on a woman and say, you won't do what I say, despite the fact that you disagree. I think the white women feminism taking it too far they like this whole idea of they are reactionaries. They're reacting against their men. And we, like some chimpanzees, we like to parrot everything the so-called dominant Western culture decides to do. And there are some things where we should just move away from. Say that ain't for us. But unfortunately, many of our women go into academia and they get indoctrinated with these ideas of so-called feminism and we don't need a man culture. And they try to, sell that message to other women. And it's a nonsense. Like Carl would say that both of us is on the plantation, getting beat up and harmed and mistreated. Yeah, we are not in, that is not our fight. There are some westernized fights that is created in the Western world that we should opt out of. And I don't understand. We have such a interest to be included into everything that we want to include ourselves in these kinds of discussion. Our black women should not be in this feminist discussion. It has nothing to do with us. If white women want to rage against their husbands, their boyfriends, their daddies and shit like that, it has nothing to do with you. Stay out of that. You know what I mean? You cool. But I'll leave it. I'm ranting.
And I agree with you, Juan. Another thing, too, that I want to say is that, so one of the feminist ideas is that, if you put women in positions of power and authority, it'll be more humane and better because women tend to be kinder and more humane. And I don't see that. We could list several women heads of state, women politicians who are just as violent and bloodthirsty as men. Didn't Libya get destroyed where Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State? She bragged about how they killed Gaddafi. What's the one chick in Israel, the prime minister, Golda Meir?
Yeah, Golda Meir, Margaret Thatcher, all of them.
All of them. Queen Elizabeth, all of these white women in positions of authority and power. We don't see these feminists, all they really want is inclusion. They don't really want to challenge patriarchy. They just want to be included with the bullshit, So when you have, in Israel, if you have women in the IDF killing Palestinians, that's okay because, you got women too. It doesn't matter if we're killing people as long as women are doing it too. So I agree with you. I don't believe that African people need to be any parts of this feminism. I think that our white women's beef with white men needs to be with their white men. Leave us out of it.
I agree with both of you. We should stay out of it. Bakari is here. Bakari, how are you this week?
What's up? What's going on, everybody? The panel. The chat.
We got to take it to the Yahweh level. We're taking it to the Yahweh level.
Everybody that loves Clarissa Shields.
Bakari, start
over. Can you hear me?
Because we couldn't hear you, but start over because we can hear you now.
I say, Bawana say I'm taking it to Yahweh level. I say the black woman is God, but sometimes that God can get on your nerve. But anyway, like Clarissa Shields, we have all loved Clarissa Shields. All black men, everybody has supported Clarissa Shields. Now she has hopped on this thing. First, she said women should fight 3-minute rounds. Okay. Now she out here and she want to start challenging men. You know how bad they look? This black woman out here, you can't accept. You won't even accept that black men say you're the greatest woman of all time. You want to challenge men to prove that you are better than them. She's the number 3 best boxer in history, regardless of man or woman. And that's that feminism. She was on this, she was all one moment. I'll give it to her. She support her brothers. She support black folk, but now she done went off since she done became 3-time undisputed. And her last fight, she made a whole, and it's like she has changed. And now she has gotten on that talking about, she might as well just say woman power. And a woman is as strong as a man, because she is literally challenging world champions, people who was unified world champions, because she thinks she can beat them because she's naturally a little bigger than them. And that's that feminism nonsense that we should not be a part of at all. And she's running away her. And I just wanted to use her for an example because I like boxing and I like Clarissa Shields. Her uncle, whoever, they need to get her, they need to get her in check. Stay in a woman place. You're not physically strong enough to be out here fighting a man named Keith One-Time Thurman, who been known to knock people out with grown men out with one punch. What you think he gonna do to you if he hit you? Come on, man. These women and these black women, we can't get on that feminist bandwagon. We got to let that nonsense
No,
go.
let her do it. Let her do it. Let her see what it's like. Let her do it.
And
you know what? A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that.
But Brother Bakari, you know what's gonna happen? You know what's gonna happen? If someone in her weight class, a man in her weight class, a professional boxer, was to fight her and knock her on her ass, the whole world can say, you know what, he shouldn't have mistreated that black woman like that. You see, they don't take care of us. They don't protect us. they won't beat us up. You see?
No man in his right man with his right mind would fight. That's a lose-lose situation. If you win, you knocked out a woman. If you lose, you got knocked out by a woman. So no matter what way you look at it, it's a lose-lose situation. I would never, ever do that.
Yep. And you know, Keith Thurman was like, I will put on 16-ounce gloves and you can put on headgear, and that way you don't have to worry about me hurting you, and let's do it for charity. I don't have to get paid. Let's donate. Let's make some money and donate the money to, because she have her children. I give her props. She do stuff for black kids, not just the girl. And they can just donate the money to her children organization. Oh, that's disrespectful to her. He need to watch his step. He need to tread lightly, watch his words. I'm like, what the hell? Somebody need to check this woman. You not as physically strong as a man. You 154 pounds, he 147. He gonna knock your, and he gonna knock your ass out. I understand more people gonna know her name now because she's talking shit. Pardon my French on your panel, man. I'm sorry. And you know, you go to talking noise, saying crazy stuff, people will know who you are. So she will sell more fights next time or whatever. But she need to be talking about something else. She's always trying to step to a black man, but Keith Thurman is mulatto. And there was another black guy she said something about, and I've been sparring with him. Andre Durrell is my uncle. And she didn't learn from when she sparred with a couple of guys who said he won't hit her in the face, just beat her in her stomach. Now she has made it, and she's on white women channels, and now some of the things that she's saying is starting to change. And I'm just getting sick and tired of this damn feminist BS.
I said let her fight. She talking that trash. I said equal rights mean equal lefts. Let her fight.
But yeah, Carl, you. But man, but I understand what y'all mean, and I wholeheartedly agree. And I know y'all thought I was just gonna come up here and take up for the black woman. I only take up for her when she needs somebody to take up for her. When they ass need to be put in check, shit. Somebody need to shake the shit up, put them back in check. I ain't saying be physical with no woman, but we do need to, when it's time for them to be put in check, they have to be put in check. I don't want to see nobody. I don't want to see no man her size or no man period go out there and beat her. Because if she fight Keith, if y'all know boxing, and if she fight Keith Thurman and he literally hit her with his power, she might kill her. But she's challenging men. She's challenging men now.
Brian, you seen Rocky 4? With
yeah.
If he dies.
She's gonna get hurt. She's gonna get hurt, and the world is gonna look at that. Look at black men and say, "You see, they like to beat up that." Nah. No professional boxer should take up that fight. Just leave her. Let her talk. You know, just noise in the background.
Let me add to that. She ain't gonna have no gun in the ring. And that gets back to the point what the guy was making.
That's true.
That gets back to the point the guy was making when it gets down to that brutality. When it gets down to that brutality, if you take away, this idea of patriarchy, what you gonna do? And that's what he's talking about. The same thing with Thurman and Clarissa Shields. What you gonna do? Ain't no gun in that ring. So that's what he was kind of getting at. Bakari, thank you. You pleasantly surprised me with how you came at it. But you reminded me about that Clarissa thing. I have been taking notice of it for a little while, and I was like, wow, I'm surprised more men aren't talking about this. And thank you for bringing that up here tonight.
Yeah, man, no problem. I know y'all think I just be caping for women all the time. But I don't. I don't just cape on. She needs to. I'm just, that feminism and this black woman feminism is out. So I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna finish watching this game. I'm watching the I Love, and I'm gonna keep listening to y'all at the same time. And I'm gonna probably go live when you finally finish. I'll probably catch another topic that I want to speak on while I listen. Because my TV on mute, but I'm listening to y'all. I'm listening to y'all and watching the game at the same time.
I appreciate that. And I encourage that too. You guys, the way this show goes, you could be playing a video game, you could be watching something that doesn't need sound, and you could be listening to these shows. So I appreciate that. Let's welcome in MG2 this week.
Hey,
MG2,
peace.
how are you?
Always good. Always good. Hope you guys' health is okay.
Yes, sir.
Respect MG2.
Hey, peace. You live long enough, and I just had a birthday. I've been on this planet for, I'll just put it this way. 50 seems like a lifetime ago. I don't even remember.
Wow. Happy birthday, brother.
Oh, thanks. I can't even remember 50. It's been so many years. So you live long enough, and you get to wonder if there's anything new. It's like nothing phases me at this point. And what I mean by this is a lot of the things that have to do with gender, feminism, especially this, the video that you played. I really like the guy's perspective. He's an Arab, and he's an Arab that speaks on, issues that are, basically Eurocentric issues, which, hey, I don't mind. I listen to anyone to learn. But the thing that really, like I say, you live long enough, and sooner or later, nothing will surprise you. But the thing that really got me is, in terms of this feminism and whatnot, that's above my pay grade. I've seen things for 60 years at least, and things that just don't matter at this late stage of the game, and especially that should not matter for black folk. Okay, there's a lot more prioritized things than what individuals may feel on their social level. And the reason I say that is unless you own and control all aspects of your destiny, including where you get your water, because all of us have to pay some other race in order to go ahead and feed us and to clothe us and to give us water. That's just the nature of the game. Being that that's a real truism that we all live, then these other issues might not necessarily be as prioritized as, feminism and, Eurocentric so-called labels and euphemisms. And the reason I say that is I'm glad that Brother Bakari brought up Clarissa Shields. To say silliness is an understatement. The fact, what it does is it's not just what is happening with black females trying to go ahead and prove this Eurocentric so-called feminism. What it is a reflection of us as black males. And that's a sick thing that unfortunately many of us don't have introspection or responsibility in terms of even presenting ourselves. Clearly that's the case. Otherwise we would be in control of all aspects of our destiny, including the guns we go ahead and make, and the bullets we make, including the water systems we should own and the power systems and whatnot. So clearly we're at a deficit in terms of where other folks are, in other words, we're living a very prepubescent lifestyle as black males. Other folks are continually taking care of us, all of us. So clearly the Clarissa Shields and the black females and all these others that are talking this feminist nonsense, that's just a reflection of our position as brothers. And many of us don't look at that because it hurts that thing that we don't deserve called an ego. Yet we go ahead and let our egos go ahead, or I should say the displacement of our egos is literally basically the bellwether stock of our existence. And what I mean by that is until we control all aspects of the things that other folks are definitely providing us, we have no means to talk. And what will happen is you'll see more Clarissa Shields come out of the woodwork, which is unfortunately. That feminism nonsense is no different than a roach. One comes out and next thing you're going to have a thousand of it. The thing, what I mean by that is and I got to be mean with it. I definitely have to beat up on us as brothers because it's a reflection of what we're not doing for ourselves. Look at the platforms we're talking on. Do we own and control this? No. Do we own and control the servers? Did we manufacture the computers? Do we have the energy that provides the electricity for us to be able to talk to each other online with somebody else monitoring it? No. So clearly that even if it's subconscious, will go to another, to the female counterpart of your species. Even if it's subconscious, they know you don't own this, you don't control this. So therefore, you have a lot less more masculinity than somebody else who does. I do not see even the so-called white feminists. That's nonsense. Like I said, it's a Eurocentric thing. And Black Still said something earlier, and I posted it in the chat. White females were. It wasn't that they weren't included in white male conquest. They were included by all steps of their conquest. Okay, white females were there from can't see in the morning to can't see at night, like they did when we were in the fields picking and laboring. But the thing is white females want to be recognized and celebrated like they're white males. That's where this feminist nonsense is. Okay, but that's their thing. It should not be our thing. That's their thing because they own and control not only us but other societies. They basically own and control the things that we need and other folks need. Look at their so-called currency. We call it seigniorage. Those of you who trade currencies should know that, or bonds, you should know what seigniorage is. The fact that their mechanisms or that they've centralized all aspects of an economy that we unfortunately are dependent on, clearly that puts us in a lot less masculine, for lack of a better term, or a lot less significant because of the fact that someone else's mechanisms is something we have to rely on, unfortunately. So therefore, what would be the reflection of that? It would be females that would say, well, look, you don't own this. You don't control this. You didn't make that table or make those shoes. You didn't make that cell phone. You didn't. So even if, like I said, if it's subconscious or unconscious, it still is a realism that many of us are too unfortunate to face. So the thing is I got to ask the brothers, and I got to tell you, what do you, no, I won't ask because maybe I'll come back and ask this question because it's going to hurt a lot of feelings. Let me just put it this way. These females that are doing what they do, these Black females, for lack of a better term, if you see the product of it, look at where the Black male is now. Look at Fred Hampton back in the 60s and look at any 22-year-old Black male today. It's two different worlds. That is the reflection. Black males today, in their 50s, are so effeminized, it's unreal. The preponderance of their life is hip hop and whatever nonsense they could get into in the street. This is not just the 22-year-olds; these are the folks that are 55. So clearly, they're for lack of a better term, manhood is something that is not it's not just given to you; it's something that's deserved, and you could see the reflection of that manhood by the condition of your women. If you are out there to conquer, to destroy, to create, or even like that little cracker did earlier today and killed 3 of us in a dollar store to prove a point. If you're out there to conquer for what's yours, that's something that's deserved, okay? If you know that you're at war with other individuals for just the ability to go, then that's manhood. And women will see that. Even if they don't see it consciously, they'll see it subconsciously. And then, unlike every other race, I should say, no, every other race gets it. You will not see their sons out there, with rappers talking about, they wear a dress and that they can get pregnant. Anyways, I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, MG2. I have an accountant to give you because the last time I spoke to you, the last time you spoke to one platform we was on, I think that either was The4Kast or Brother Bakari. You said that talk basically, and I'm paraphrasing, talk is cheap. What are you doing on a daily basis to change the community the community in which you come from? So I thought about that for a long time. That kind of resonated because you kind of like was poking us. So I had to get back on my horse on the curriculum, the financial literacy curriculum that I initially started in approaching schools, and I left it alone because I got such negative responses. So I got back on my horse and I thought to myself, MG2 is a numbers man. What are you doing? So I approached 5 different schools so far, recently, and I've gotten 2 responses back, from principals saying that they want to meet with me in terms of trying to get a curriculum started in terms of financial literacy. I wanted to let you know that because you are a numbers person and you like specificities, So I just really wanted to give an accountant for that earlier conversation we had. But that's neither here nor there.
I remember that conversation that night. Yeah, I do remember that.
Can I say something really quick? Can we stop talking about women like they're children? Because they're not. Women are adults. Women make choices irrespective of what men do. And I think we have to realize that we can't put women's faults on men because women aren't children. Women are fully adults who can make their own decisions. This whole thing about it's our fault, I don't buy that. Women are fully capable of making their own decisions.
Can
I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad this brother just said that, and because what you said just taught me something. That cell phone or that computer that you used to go ahead and make that statement, who made it?
Probably somebody in Korea. What's your point?
The thing is it's not about women making mistakes. Women are a reflection of either what we are or what we aren't. If we as brothers take over this world, these conversations would be a joke.
I don't necessarily agree with that because there's plenty of oppressed people in this world whose women don't talk like that. What are Native Americans manufacturing? What are the Vietnamese and the Koreans? They're still oppressed, but their women don't talk like that.
Vietnamese and Koreans have an infrastructure. Matter of fact, in terms of numbers, and I love this kind of conversation. In the 90s, black folks, i.e., those who don't think, and especially brothers who don't think that they're in other words, they have no faults. The velocity of money was over, I think it was like $800 billion a year. No, it was more than that. The velocity of money that went through. Vietnamese had a lot less velocity of money that went through our hands. Today, the Vietnamese are 13 times more. What they do, 13 times more than the black folks over here. The Vietnamese in Cambodia, especially in Westminster, California, especially what they call these little Saigon towns and whatnot. And that's just what their relationship with a Eurocentric economy in terms of production. I think it's either Vietnamese or it might be the palm oil, or it might be the I'm trying to remember it is because I know that through an IMF they went ahead and made deals where their economy, matter of fact, they're trying to get them into BRICS because of the fact that their GDP has definitely been soaring. Okay, and a lot of that has to do with those that live in United Snakes. So if those that say that they're not producing and they're not manufacturing, black folks who have more of the velocity of money right now than they did in the 90s by like 2 times, unfortunately, we manufacture and produce nothing. Okay, at nothing, not only of significance, but nothing, zero, because we're still subjected. Koreans, the thing that you're using for a computer, the velocity of money that they had, they were actually underneath in the 90s. They didn't, in terms of the amount of money that was going through their hands in the 90s, was like 70% of what was going on through black folks. Nowadays, it would take us 200 years to catch up with them. So, I mean, it is what it is. So I'm glad you said that. I'll pass the mic.
Carl, did you want to respond, or did anyone else want to?
No, go ahead. I'm driving right now. I might lose my signal. I had to run off, but we can continue to the next topic.
Okay. Does anyone else want to add any last thoughts here? All right. So I guess I'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. I want to thank everyone who's here tonight on the panel, in the chat. I appreciate you guys. You could have been doing something else, listening to something else. So I appreciate you guys, especially you guys who join the panel and make all these conversations more interesting. Shout out to Azuli, who's in the chat too, by the way. Shout out to everyone who's here. Shoot the Breeze. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 says, #ADOS. I thought y'all was all about fighting the man. LOL. Have ADOS been undermining Pan-Africans' fight for equal rights and justice? Is he a hero or a foe? I'm guessing the he we'll learn about in the attachment. It's going to take us to YouTube. We'll watch the video and then we'll discuss it. Sorry, yeah, hold on.
Then, a new war had begun at home for Americans. Foreign spies were everywhere, so that was the feeling at the time. So the government responded by recruiting their own spies, hundreds of thousands, that they integrated into all aspects of domestic life. One of these spies was an esteemed Black military musician the US government deployed to investigate Black organizations that they labeled radical or subversive. But what their spy uncovered in his final report was far from what the government expected. I'm Joel Cook, and this is Rogue History. The legacy of Walter Howard Loving is one primarily of a celebrated military musician, but the details of his double life remain classified for over 60 years. In 1986, these files revealed that the Military Intelligence Division, or MID, was deeply concerned that Black Americans were colluding with German spies in order to destabilize the United States. But as a mostly white organization, it would be pretty difficult for the MID to move around segregated Black communities without being noticed. So they recruited Loving to do their spying for them. His work as an intermediary started in the Philippines in 1902, where he served as the conductor of the Philippine Constabulary Band for 14 years. In an intensely violent racial climate, Loving earned the respect of his Filipino bandsmen by speaking their language and acknowledging their struggles during the early years of American colonization. His musical talent provided a useful tool for making connections, and he could relate to them in ways that white soldiers couldn't or wouldn't. His ability to operate in the gray area didn't escape the notice of his superiors. Ralph Van Diemen, the future head of the MID, was also in the Philippines at the same time. Several years later, he tasked Loving with traveling the continental US to investigate his fellow Black Americans and create a new network of volunteer spies. So what exactly were they looking for? Well, insurrection. In 1917, mass racial violence against and individual lynchings of Black Americans were widespread, and segregation laws were still in effect across much of the country. One of the worst racial atrocities in American history occurred in East St. Louis, Illinois, when white Americans murdered at least 100 Black Americans and displaced 6,000 over a 3-day period. With 200,000 veteran Black soldiers soon to return from Europe and unwilling to tolerate such violence anymore, the MID saw the Black community as vulnerable to what they called Negro subversion. Now, it seems like it would be really hard for one of the most well-known musicians in the country to be a spy, right? When discretion was needed, Loving had a top-secret network of informants. But oftentimes, his renown was actually his best tool. When a meeting of the National Race Congress convened in 1918, Loving, the beloved band leader, was front and center. But after the meeting, Loving, the government agent, wrote to the State Department with a request to deny passports for the speakers, who planned to reveal American racial issues at the upcoming Paris Peace Conference. Loving's status as a celebrity in Black communities allowed him to access spaces and people he could manipulate openly or otherwise to get in line with the agenda of the MID. Among the most dangerous actors to the MID were Black newspaper editors like the young socialist leaders A. Philip Randolph and Chandler Owen. One article in their newspaper, The Messenger, declared, "Patriotism has no appeal to us, justice has. Party has no weight with us, principle has." Even though it might sound tame in today's standards, this publication and others like it were considered a betrayal to the US government. This was the middle of a time known as the First Red Scare. During this period, when Russia's Bolsheviks toppled the Tsar and withdrew from World War I, socialism was viewed as a significant threat to the US government. German intelligence agents supported the Bolshevik movement by assisting Vladimir Lenin's return to Russia, which fueled concerns among US officials that a similar socialist uprising might occur within the United States. Loving would often approach targets like Owen and Randolph directly, with firm but friendly warnings about their anti-American stances. But he also advised Black newspaper editors on how to avoid having their publications banned from the mail, even when he disagreed with their anti-war messaging. Despite Loving's warnings, Owen and Randolph were arrested under the Espionage Act for their outspoken opposition to Black participation in the war. It couldn't have been easy for Loving to balance his personal perspective as a Black man and professional obligations as a government asset. In a November 1917 memorandum, he declared, "I am the most loyal to the race with which I am identified, but not to the extent that I would see the blood of thousands of American soldiers shed upon a foreign battlefield before I would consent to lend my assistance either by deed or pen to help win the struggle." Born to formerly enslaved parents in Virginia, He understood the desire for racial equality. Even within the MID, Loving still faced discrimination. His office was in a completely separate building from his white colleagues. As complicated as it was, Loving's goal was to protect both the people he loved and the nation he served. After an insurrection by black soldiers against the abuses of Houston police in August 1917, and the Army's swift execution of 13 of those men, Loving successfully intercepted popular speaker Roscoe Simmons on his way to a rally in Virginia. He convinced Simmons that it was critical to counter the angry mood of the audience with a rallying cry for African American patriotism. After the speech, the public, who had come there to protest, were suddenly joining in on a rousing rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, played at the request of Loving. From then on, Loving would send Roscoe Simmons letters and give him talking points. In exchange, it was arranged that military intelligence would pay for Simmons' expenses for his nationwide speaking tour. And just like that, another asset was added to Loving's network. Though his role in the MID made it appear otherwise, Walter Loving was a strong advocate for Black Americans. Just before he retired from the MID, he submitted his final report on Negro subversion, writing just after the horrific Red Summer of 1919, during which white supremacist terrorism and race riots occurred in more than 36 cities across the US. Loving used his strongest words yet in an attempt to call for change. He leveraged the threat of socialism in his message, writing that, unless there is some quick and radical departure in the present policy of the government on questions affecting the welfare and rights of its Negro citizens, the time is not far distant when greater numbers of Negroes will be converted to socialist doctrines. He also described housing segregation as a public menace. He criticized the War Department, who he was working for, on their handling of racial violence on the home front, stating that they provided no redress or relief, which intensified discontent. He noted that sick and wounded Black soldiers returning home were denied accommodation and forced into segregated cars, under the supervision of the very government for which they had risked their lives. Despite all of this horrible mistreatment from their own country, not one single Black American was found to be spying for the enemy. Whether Walter Loving knew that would be the outcome is unknown, but he did know that Black people could not afford to be denounced en masse as disloyal. And he used the best leverage he had to try to protect Black people from injustices that might make them susceptible to subversion in the first place. After retiring from the MID, Walter Loving returned to the Philippines to continue his work as a band leader. He unfortunately died during the Battle of Manila in World War II, leaving behind a complex legacy few people would ever fully know. In order to thrive in an oppressive system, marginalized people require not just those who want to fight the system, but those who are willing to work inside the system. As a veteran of the US imperial era, Loving was under no illusion about the racism and wanton violence of America. Both in the field and on the home front, he saw just how brutal white supremacy was to marginalized people. But his appointment to the MID gave him the ability to influence the structure from the inside. And it worked. Loving's report made its way up the chain of command from the MID director all the way to the Secretary of War, and even across the pond to the British government. When we talk about spies, we often jump to label them as heroes or traitors. But it's easy to forget that these historical figures were often in circumstances that we could never imagine. What if we were willing to accept the gray area, just as Walter Loving did? What do you think? Tell us in the comments.
Interesting story. Very long way of kind of getting to the point here that Africans in America could be used as spies amongst their own people, not just in America, by the way, too. As you can see, also in the continent. I like what Trigger Happy 262 Plus said in the chat. He says we have to differentiate COINTELPRO concocted hashtags, moderate Black people who believe in an America project, and revolutionaries in the making who believe in an African project. Jose is out there in the chat. He says Kanye was right. I'm sure he's referring to slavery was a choice. Yana B says yes. Very cool story. So with that said, I guess let me let MG2 start it off for us. MG2, what say you to the prompt and to what you saw in the story?
Actually, you must be following my history list on my YouTube, because I had watched this the other day when Joel was talking, and I'm glad you went ahead and presented this, because this was something that I was going to go ahead and talk about, and then I said, nah, it's no different. The thing about Loving, about Howard, I believe that Howard Loving is, he's no different than like any black folks you see walking down the street, especially those that pump up their fists and say they're Pan-Africanist or RBG or, Nation of Islam or Crips and Bloods or Moors or Israelites, whatever we call ourselves. He's no different. It's just that his is a little bit more, for lack of a better term, institutionalized. And here's what I mean. You can't ride two horses very long to a destination. Pretty soon, one horse is going to have an agenda to do what it wants. He was riding two horses. Okay, let's just keep it plain. He rode two horses. In other words, at one side of his mouth, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna do everything I can for black folk, but still yet I depend on someone else to go ahead and secure my survival, for lack of a better term. And so therefore I will do whatever they need to do. But it ain't no different than rappers, ain't no different than folks that even call themselves Pan-Africanists. Like I said, at the end of the day, you have to go buy water from someone else. Therefore, even if it's unconscious and it's not something that is active, even if you're passively, maybe not like Loving was, but you are passively going ahead and giving something to someone who is your competitor. We call it enemy, you name it what it is. Loving was active in what he did. His thing was, look, hey, Master's going to take care of me, so I'm going to ride that horse, and then I'm going to ride the horse to let black folks know that, hey, I'm in your corner. Hey, that's everywhere you walk down the street. Look at Crips and Bloods or anyone else. There's, actually they ride the Master horse more than anyone else, as many bodies that they put in graves. So it's just, when I saw that the other day, I was telling myself, I said, you know what, this ain't no different. The thing is do you have the introspection, or even not only just the intelligence, but the maturity to see that, hey, all of us, we're not that level that he's at, but we're all riding two horses. And it's unfortunate. I noticed this, folks were putting in the chat about ADOS. They're trying to ride three horses. Okay, I don't know how, whatever direction they're going in is crazy. But the thing is if we have intelligence, if you have wisdom, if you have maturity, and not something that's going to go ahead and present a conflict with your ego, I'm talking real true introspection. Ask yourself, the things that you do every day, and I always ask myself, what if I done something to this day that would at least get me off that other horse of securing somebody else's destiny and not the destiny of our own? Have I gone ahead and learned something? One thing, if I could learn one thing that day of what I can do tomorrow that I could go ahead and apply, that'll keep me from going ahead and supporting another race who's definitely been riding our backs, then maybe that might be that wisdom that I'm talking about. So Loving is no different than any one of us. We just do it passively. I'll pass the mic.
Appreciate that, MG2. Erzuli in the chat says, cool story, how? What the hell? No, when I said cool story, I was referring to it in the sense of that the shit happened. Like, it's a cool story. I'm like, wow, that happened. Like, these folks were able to conscript us to do these things. And I like how MG2 pointed out that on some level, we've all been conscripted to do this stuff. Maybe not on this guy's level, but we all kind of feed into the empire. I saw a Bahamian guy on Twitter this past week talking about Pan-Africanism and how, if we're serious, we should all get out of these people's country because we all help, to give this country the power that it has. We all contribute to it, in our various jobs and, our various places in the act of commerce, etc., within this country. So it's a very interesting thing. Let me hear from Black Steel. Black Steel, what say you?
Can you hear me okay, Coco?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was driving, so I didn't know if you hear me. Okay. Um, man, let me tell you, just listen to the story, man. These crackers are absolutely hilarious. So during the early 20th century, some of the most violent race riots, race disturbances. Hold on one second. Happened in America, and they're concerned about black people um rising up against the government. That's crazy to me. Like, how dare you Negroes defend yourselves? It's crazy how white people think. Like, of course we're going to have an issue with being killed and murdered. So yeah, it's um can I'll take a break. Can I let somebody else go and I'll come back?
Sure thing. Bueno, what say you to this?
Yeah, I think that first let me address MG2's comments. I think that MG2 is ahead of the curve in being off of the plantation almost on a granular level. And what I mean by that is he is what is the suggestion is if you even using a nail or a hammer, that hammer must be created and formed by, or a nail must be created by formed by black hands. If you are not doing that, if someone else is making that for you at some level, even if it's on a passive one, you are still on the plantation. Now that is ahead of the curve for a lot of brothers and sisters. I think John Henry Clark said that if you're talking about building a nation, and you can't even create your own underpants, your own in the Bahamas we say jockey shorts, but in the Bahamas, if you can't create your own underpants at some level or another, you are still on the plantation. Now, many of us ain't reached that stage yet on that granular level. I think that for me personally, you have to meet people where they are and gradually take them there. We are not there yet in terms of, but we should be walking towards that direction. I would say that. And I think that for us, we are stagnant where we are comfortable to one degree or another on the plantation, pointing at others, and looking at them and say, well, they are extremely on the plantation. They living in the big house where we in the field, but we still on the plantation. We still on the plantation. We still contributing to the plantation existed. And there are some of us who are walking towards our freedom. There are some of us who have completely left. But I think that for us, we should be headed towards that direction. We are not there yet. In terms of this particular individual, what I would see is that there were many people like him. Even in particular in the UNIA movement, there were many turncoats in the UNIA movement. This is the problem. What I have with my ADOS brothers and my FBA brothers is nationalism, black nationalism, and Americanism can't live in the same house. They cannot coexist in the same house. One must leave and one must stay. And they are trying to shoehorn themselves in one room in the house of Americanism. But Americanism say if you exist in this house, you will always exist in this house as a child. You have no rights in this house. We dictate what happens to you in this house. And they trying to forge themselves into a house where yes, you could exist in the house, but you only could exist in this house as a child or as a man made up to look like a woman. You decide, and that ultimately that's the conclusion that they have not come to yet. But that's just you could see it on the streets every day. You see these guys dressed up as women now trying to exist in the house of white supremacy. The reality is, if you wanna exert yourself in terms of manhood, you must create your house for yourself. That's really what it is. So you could isolate yourself and say we are distinguishing ourselves and we are different from these black folks over here. Even if you still say that, you still trying to force your way in terms of being the separate black space within the house of Americanism. And Americanism says that if you white, you are right. If you are black, get back. That's the ultimate conclusion FBA and ADOS have not come to yet. But that's what you're gonna have to come to. Y'all can't exist in the same house. But that's what I have to say about this particular issue, though.
I appreciated every word of what you said. Is Black Steel available to speak now?
Yes, I'm back. All right. Sorry about that. But okay, so to this story, it's a little just every group of people has its traitors and its sellouts, and I can respect the brother trying to be lukewarm, neither hot nor cold. But like it says in the scripture, if you're neither hot nor cold, I'll spit you out my mouth. So I kind of look at the situation where this man is just kind of spying and informing and assuring the government of Black Americans' loyalty at a time where the government is completely turning a blind eye, as they do now, towards the violence and the lynchings of African Americans at that time in history. So their concern was not so much for African Americans' well-being. They just want to make sure they're not working with the Germans, or they're not working with any other foreign power. And Black people in America have always been seen as a potential fifth column. During the War of 1812, it was former slaves that led the British to the White House so they could burn it. So white people have always been concerned about, Black Americans potentially having linking up with a foreign enemy and destroying, because we have every reason to. We have every reason to do so. But even at that time, here we found Black people were still loyal. And for the most part, they still held some belief that America could actually live up to what they were claiming to on paper. But in reality, we know that's not the case. So, this man and his infiltration, he was really just trying to steer Black people away from more radical moves, more radical politics. For his reasons, I guess he's determined he doesn't want to get people killed. But, we see that these infiltrators have continued to go on, the Panthers and the Black Liberation Army, and this has just been a continual thing. As far as the thing about ADOS, the ADOS is not, they're not a real thing. You don't really see too much from the ADOS off the internet. The ADOS is not, I believe they're bought and paid for. They're meant to undermine Black unity. And whenever I see an American flag in somebody's bio, my spider sense starts tingling. So I'll leave it there. Thanks, Koku.
Well, thank you, Carl. I'm curious to hear if MG2 has a follow-up to anything he heard here.
Yes, I'm glad that Brother Black still brought this up, because a lot of folks don't know that ADOS is sponsored by the White Ring nationalists called PFIR, P-F-I-R. They've been in cahoots with them for the longest. And the FBA nonsense is no different. But if you do your research, Brother Kwame did it. He was on a Jamaican radio show, and he broke it down. He knows the whole intelligence network that's behind ADOS. That's a joke, but it's an unfortunate, dangerous joke. We should know that as African people, because they are not us. They clearly are riding three different horses. And I'm not going to go with anyone that's riding three different horses and try to go to a destination that they'll never get to. One of the things about Loving is and it's amazing, that name Loving, because that reminds me of something that happened in Virginia that was just as disastrous. But anyways, the thing is his loyalty is a loyalty. Unfortunately, it's a divided loyalty. And again, as Black Steel was saying, hot and cold. When you're lukewarm, you got some problems in the scripture. Okay, basically, a lot of us, like, I'll tell you who wasn't lukewarm, and it just happened a few hours ago. There was a Peckerwood that went into a dollar store. He was not lukewarm. He decided, hey, I'm gonna be hot as fire. Okay, as most folks say, fire. And unfortunately, 3 Africans died with him not being lukewarm. Okay, so therefore, I have to ask us, how many of us are going to be just as hot as fire as that Peckerwood that walked in the Dollar Tree? Okay, I mean, clearly, okay, here's another Loving case. Many of you guys forgot about it, but I think about it every day because I still see the people's faces in my mind. I think it was June 15th or June 16th. Was it 2015, somewhere around in Charleston, I think it was? there was a you guys call them white nationalists. I'll just call them the devil. That went up into a church and killed 9 of us. Okay, again, no different than what happened 7 years later, 8 years later. Ain't no different. 8 years later, it happened today. Okay, it was just not 9 of us that got killed. But did you guys realize that one of his best friends was no different than Loving? One of the guys he used to hang out with that knew that this pecker was, it was a little Negro that looked like Ludacris. That said that was Dylan Roof's friend at one time, and he said he knew that Dylan Roof was going to do something, or at least he suspected that it was going to happen. In other words, he knew it, but he ain't no different because again, his loyalties get us killed. Okay, his loyalties are damaged because they're either divided or they're on the other side. ADOS, FBA, and all these other nonsense, no different than Loving. They are dangerous to us. Now, I don't want to beat up on this Loving character because, like I said, we all do the same thing, even if it's vicariously or even if it's unconsciously or even if it's passively. Unfortunately, we are supporting those things that are killing us, whether it's just drinking, smoking, hanging out, not producing something that's going to save the race, for lack of a better term, not thinking in terms of complete productivity or even conquering. Many folks don't even think about conquering conquering this so-called country or anything else. The thing is like, look, man, that's impossible. We can't do this. Well, clearly somebody in January 6th tried it. So the thing is when I say, that this individual, no different than this Loving, if you don't know who you are, I don't want to be around individuals or even let them try to even lead, because when the one thing that got me was the fact that he went where we were protesting, where we had a sense of collectivity, and he went in to go ahead and drop ice water on a fire that could have burnt them crackers down. He dropped water on it and says, and at the end, folks were not protesting, and now it was this kumbaya moment. That is no different, and it's no different, and it's no less dangerous than ADOS, FBA, Israelites, Moors, and all these other segmented things that folks put on themselves not to face the real 800-pound gorilla in the room. And that 800-pound gorilla is we as African people we're at war. We're at war not only with peckerwoods, we're at war with everything that has productivity. In other words, they manufacture the products, goods, and services that we want, need, can't do without, and ready to kill for. We're at war with the Vivek Ramaswamis. We're at war with the Trumps and the Bidens. We're at war with the Gomez down the street. We're at war with the Fing Lu over there at the Vietnamese shop, whether they're beating up on sisters or not. We're at war because of the fact that we as an African people have not secured our destiny, and unfortunately it's being controlled by others. I'll pass the mic.
Appreciate it. Does anyone want to add any last thoughts to this prompt? All right. If not, let's go to what will probably or likely be, but maybe not, the final prompt of the night. Seeing that we're trying to end at 11:30. Hold on a second. We're going to shoot the breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the breeze topic number 5 says, how much does the perception of criminality impact how African people are treated? This came with a link that's taking us to Twitter. By the way, there was a lot of great posts. I'll get to as many of them as I can by next week. So if I missed yours for today, don't worry, I'll bring it back next week. So this prompt brings us to a Tariq Nasheed post, interestingly enough. He said, the bedwench wake-up call is real. This came with a 2.5-minute video. I'll play it back-to-back, and then we'll discuss it.
Yeah, we got to talk about this. And before y'all come at me in the comments, this is a personal testimony as someone who has dated outside of my race, plenty, okay? A lot of y'all like what you see when you date a Black woman. You love the beauty of Black women, which I can't blame you. You love the aesthetic. You love how different we are. You love our bodies. But the problem is a lot of y'all don't even like Black people. Yeah, let's talk about it. Bruh, where are my Black women at that have dated white men? because y'all know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. The Black women who have literally experienced being called the N-word by the white man that they're dating. Let's talk about white men that have literally had children by Black women, but can't stand Black people. Why do y'all do that? It honestly, I'm discombobulated because make it make sense. Hold up, let me do some math real quick. Yeah, it's not adding up because how you gonna date somebody and then just pretend the whole time like you really mess with them and fuck with them, and whole time you racist as hell, can't stand me. True story. I have a friend who's half white. She says her dad is a stone cold racist. When I say this white man hates it that his daughter identifies as a Black woman. Explain that to me. Please. I want to know. Get in the comments and explain it to me. Because y'all been doing this shit since slavery and even before then. Yeah, because we haven't forgotten. We ain't forgot. So y'all need to stop. If y'all really aren't down for Black culture and Black people, stop dating us. Because it's actually very disrespectful and it's hurtful. And I'm not with it. So stop.
So I think I made a huge mistake here. The prompt is wrong. Sorry about that. Prompt is wrong. The actual Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight is, for some reason, it didn't post, I guess. Hold on 1 second. The actual prompt is much different. Let me just fix this thing.
So Koku, but my original quote was, "How can the Black woman be God if she lays down with the devil?" That was my original prompt to this question.
Yeah. I messed it up. Well, I promised we were going to watch the video twice anyway. So let's watch it again, this time with the correct prompt. My apologies for that.
Yeah, we got to talk about this. And before y'all come at me in the comments, this is a personal testimony as someone who has dated outside of my race. Plenty, okay? A lot of y'all like what you see when you date a Black woman. You love the beauty of Black women, which I can't blame you. You love the aesthetic. You love how different we are. You love our bodies. But the problem is a lot of y'all don't even like Black people. Yeah, let's talk about it. Bruh, where are my Black women at that have dated white men? Because y'all know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. The Black women who have literally experienced being called the N-word by the white man that they're dating. Let's talk about white men that have literally had children by Black women, but can't stand Black people. Why do y'all do that? It honestly, I'm discombobulated because make it make sense. Hold up, let me do some math real quick. Yeah, it's not adding up because how you gonna date somebody and then just pretend the whole time like you really mess with them and fuck with them, and whole time you racist as hell, can't stand me. True story. I have a friend who's half white. She says her dad is a stone cold racist. When I say this white man hates it that his daughter identifies as a Black woman? Explain that to me, please. I want to know. Get in the comments and explain it to me, because y'all been doing this shit since slavery and even before then. Yeah, because we haven't forgotten. We ain't forgot. So y'all need to stop. If y'all really aren't down for Black culture and Black people, stop dating us, because it's actually very disrespectful and it's hurtful. And I'm not with it. So stop.
You know, it'll be easier to just stop fucking with white men. How about we try that first? As opposed to trying to appeal to this white boy. Buana, what say you here?
The question what Black Steel asked was directed specifically for Brother Bakari. So he needs to stop watching football and he needs to come back to this question, because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what she's talking about. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about, because when she say y'all, I don't know who's y'all. I don't know what she's talking about. You know, if she says she's dated outside her race, plenty. So she's not talking about me. And then she goes into how white men been treating or whatever. This question is not for me. This question is for This question is for Brother Bakari.
Well, earlier Brother Bakari did prove, and I appreciated that because it shows balance. But he did prove that he doesn't always cape for Black women. And he did say Black women is God, but sometimes you get annoyed with these gods. But it would be interesting if Bakari is still listening. Jump back on with us and let's hear from you about it. In the meantime, let me ask MG2 his thoughts on it.
Buana said it best. She's not appealing to Black folk. She's not talking to us. She's talking to someone that she's got more, inclined to wanting to convince. And that's her story. That's her game. That's her life. That's her priorities. Cool. Power to you. It doesn't, like Buana said, it doesn't pertain to us, or at least that definitely doesn't pertain to me, because she didn't ask me. She didn't say brothers. She didn't say Black males. She didn't say she did talk to Black females, but so clearly, she's got an issue that she's got to go up against, I guess, the white males that she's trying to convince. And I don't like to convince anyone. I used to. Back in the day, I used to try to convince folks, to think the way I think and to believe what I say. Right now, I could care less. However someone wants to perceive me, damn it, perceive whatever you want to do, God dog it, do it, because it doesn't really, it will not change the sun from, setting in the west for me. So this young lady, if she's, out there doing that, she should get on a sign and get on the street and, maybe get on a soapbox and, every white male that passes her way, she should say this. But really, hopefully more Black women are not infected with this thing that most Black folks are infected with, as clearly this young lady is. And that's this thing to try to prove yourself to some other species. They're not even human. They're another species. And I'm not just talking whites. I'm talking non-Africans. The thing that we've been infected with, no different than the, setting out the balloons and the teddy bears and the flowers and the candles, like when we get shot, we're trying to go ahead and prove something to the folks that killed us. Hopefully this young lady will get her, get rid of her anti-drapetomania pills and kind of get to, get with the situation of saying, look, I could care less what this is. This has nothing to do with me. Clearly it does. She's got a history. Hopefully that many of us could stop proving things to others, even conversing to try to get a point across, just so we could get acknowledged or wanted or needed or admired or recognized or whatever else, and just live our lives as if we want to conquer this planet. I'll pass the mic.
Appreciate that, MG2. But Bakari heard the call and he answered. But Bakari, what say you?
Now, what question I need to answer, Buana? Buana, you asked the question since you say I need to answer it.
I did not. Brother Bakari, I did not ask the question. Black Steel suggested if to this lady, if all black women are gods, why are they lying down with devils? Maybe Black Steel could correct me and ask the question exactly
But
like how he asked it.
no, you know what, one? I'm gonna see you and Koku the only ones who Black Steel be getting scared of me. I don't know. He do like a Zulu.
I ain't scared of
I'm
you.
just clowning. I'm just clowning. But see, he added. I say the black woman is God. The black woman is still God. She ain't gonna be a part of that because she don't want to be with God. She want to be with that. But the black woman is still God. When I was hungry, it was a black woman that fed me. I came from a black woman womb, so I'm gonna turn around and I have no choice but to go up in a black woman and make my black kids. And you think I'm gonna let something like that take away how I feel? No, she just ain't nothing but a skank.
But hey, Brother Bakari, how do you tell the difference?
What you mean? How do I tell the difference? I tell the difference about who is she? Who are they dating? Who is she dating? She's talking about how she date outside of her race. See, even the women that chose the so-called, for the lack of a better, that chose the Brandons and the Carls. I'm sorry, not you. I ain't trying to say, I ain't even messing with you now. The Brandons and the Keith, formerly known as Pookie and Ray Ray. They God too. They chose a black man. They just chose that black man who don't know what he's supposed to be doing right now. So it's our job to teach them. The ones that know, we got to teach them. But when I see who they dating, no, I don't deal with them at all. They can stay over there. No protection, no nothing from me because they have made their decision. So I cut that off when it comes to them.
Go ahead, Carl. Get him, Carl. Get him, Carl.
See, but I'm going to show you something. Before Carl get me, watch this. Because I had a woman last week that heard part of this conversation, and she said we cut that conversation off way too quick. Because Carl insinuated that black women that's single was waiting on, the reason they're single is because they were waiting on a white man. I say they're single because they're loyal. Carl said they were single because ain't no white man chose them yet. And she looked at us like, damn, he think that low of us? Because she was single till she met me.
I believe that. I believe that our sister may have misheard me, because what I was saying is that the reason that black women don't date interracially as much as black men do is because black women are not seen as desirable for long-term relationships and marriage by other races of men. That's what I was saying. I don't think that's why. I'm saying that's why if you compare the rates of interracial marriage and dating between black men and black women, it's not that black women are necessarily loyal to black men. It's that other races of men don't want to marry or be in long-term. They'll sleep with a black woman. To this woman's point, and you know what? It's a good point. That's a good segue. Because what this woman is talking about is a perfect example. She talks about how these white men will lay up with her, have sex with her. She's bragging about how they want to have they're beautiful, but yet at the same time, these white men she's talking about are racist. The problem is that this woman doesn't understand. That's something I heard Diallo Kenyatta say. Racism is not about proximity. It's about power. So if you look at history, Thomas Jefferson, third president of the United States, he had a whole bunch of kids from an enslaved black woman who just happened to be his wife's sister. What was that one white senator, Strom Thurmond, white senator, segregationist. He had, in
Alabama.
In Alabama, thank you. He had a child from a black woman. So the ability to lay up and have sex with black people does not mean that you are not racist. Because it's not so, as long as you have the power dynamic is white over black, that is what the reality is. So when I said about black women being loyal or whatnot, I'm speaking to this young lady here. She can't fathom the fact that, oh, how could you sleep with me and be racist? Ma'am, white men been fucking black women for centuries. They was fucking black women on the slave ships. Did that mean they weren't racist? Most of us have some measure of white DNA in us as a result of the violence and rape that these white people committed against us. So, you know, just her whole line of thinking is like, instead of just leaving these white people alone, her outline, could you not be so racist? She's a bird. This woman's a whole bird. She's a whole goddamn aviary at this point. So I just, you know, when I put this video, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So it's not so much that black women are loyal, it's just that, hey, you don't really have any other options outside of black men. Black men are the ship. Everybody else is the guy. You got to get it together.
Okay, so watch this, right? I ain't gonna sit on here and say that about black women. I say black women. See, basically, when I hear that statement, me and her felt the same way. You saying black woman is waiting on a white man's hand, and a black man really ain't shit. So the black men that actually have a black woman, the only reason you was able to get that black woman is because didn't no white man choose her. If a white man had chosen her, I wouldn't have a woman, you wouldn't have a woman, nobody on this panel would have a woman simply because a white man chose them. Me, I wouldn't say, I don't say that about, but see, because that one woman right there, she speak for a very small minority of single black women. See, you ain't a single man, so you might not talk to a lot of single women. I'm a single man, and I had talked to a lot of single women. Matter of fact, most of my friends, the one who has always had my back through thick and thin, which is another reason when I say the black woman is God, who I've been able to depend on more than anything. If I ever needed anything, the people that had my back was black women. So when the black women I know and will sit there and tell you what she's talking about, that's for her and the few people like her. And I'm not going to let her mindset taint other black women out here. And you might find a black woman that agree with what she says, because black people have accepted the fact that they are nothing. I would never say they're not desirable. So we just happen to get our women by chance because nobody else wanted them. No, I got my late wife, my kid's mother, my oldest son, I got them because they wanted a black man and they wanted a strong black man like me. The other women I deal with, they wanted a strong, and the women y'all deal with, hopefully that's what they was waiting on. But the way you put it is, the only reason a black man got a black woman is because nobody else would choose them. They're undesirable. Well, you know what? If they are, which I don't agree with, even if they are, I hope they remain undesirable. And this hoe right here can remain being a hoe for everybody else. She can stay where she at. We don't want her back.
Because that's not what I'm saying, though. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I am saying is that the point was made that black men date outside their race more than black women, which is true. So the question is, do black women not date outside their race because they are more loyal than black men, or because other races of men don't desire them? I personally, I've never been with a woman outside of a black woman. Every woman I've ever loved has been black. So that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying when black women decide to date out interracially, they tend to be less successful than black men do. And it's not because of loyalty. It's because the fact that they generally are not seen as long-term marriage partners to black women. And this woman that we're talking about is a case in point. She has dated multiple races. She's dated multiple white men. And here she is online lamenting that white men that date her are racist. So what I'm saying is that not that black women can't get black men. I think most black women, as long as they stay within, they have their choice of black men. They just don't have their choice of other men outside the black race.
You know, I hear you, but I still say race loyalty. And I know KW Don put in there and say about a black woman being loyal has been debunked by a book. That person wrote a book on their experiences of the people that they talk to. See, everything don't have to be on a book. What about your life experiences? What about things that we have seen and the things that we have done and the people that we deal with, right? So I can introduce you to a whole lot of single black women that ain't got their mind or ain't thinking about no other race but a black man. And they gonna stay loyal because that's what they want. So when I talk, and I'm gonna say it again, I don't know how long you've been married, but I've been single I've been single for a long time now. What, 17 years? Yeah, since my kid's mother passed away. And of course, I was single before I got married. From the time I was in the military until the time now. The black women that I talk to and I know, and the ones who I meet through my women friends will tell you they're single because all they want is a black man. And I'm going to ride with my women over me I'm not going to publicly say my women is not desirable or they are waiting on a white man's hand. Why would I publicly say, what is that saying about the black man then? When we say the woman is undesirable or she's just single because she's waiting on a white man's hand, look in the mirror and answer, what does that say about the black man then? Why you're not desirable to your own woman?
No, that
why?
This woman is a swirler. She don't want black
but,
men.
But I ain't talking about her. She gone. I'm talking about the other ones. Because when we say the black women ain't loyal, she only speak for her and the few people that think like her. She ain't speaking for majority of single. She ain't speaking for the majority of single black women. She's speaking for her and the few black women that think, did I ever meet any black women that act like that? Yep. And I talk about them to their face. I don't care. They're not on mine. They're not on my team, so I don't care about them. So in the end, when they say, how can the black woman still be God? The black woman is still God. I don't know why the black man jealous of a black man. I don't know why a black man have a problem with another black man calling the black woman God, and we were all raised by black women. I don't get it.
I gotta say, first of all, single don't mean celibate. So my problem is what they've been doing in the meantime while they wait for this black man. What they get into in the meantime? Because they have a lot of little one-offs that you probably have never heard of. But I don't have a problem. See, my only thing is I don't have a problem with venerating black women. I appreciate black women, like Brother Bakari say. In my travels, in terms of having my back, it's usually black women, and I have a lot of brothers and stuff like that. When the rubber meets the road, and when you really need to get down to brass taxes, I see the black woman face. So I don't have a problem. Well, I do have a problem with Brother Bakari going all the way to Yahweh, but I would say that I venerate black women and I respect black women. But I also know that black women they are very flawed. So to put them in that category where we trying to go, I am not able to make that stretch yet. Maybe in the future, but I ain't able to make that stretch yet.
Now watch this. Really, I say the black woman is God on here because I know it bothers black men. And we still trying, and I'm honest, I'm really trying to figure out why do that bother black men? But I say black people are God. I believe we are God. God.
It doesn't bother me that when you say that, but I also want to be realistic and understand that black people are also human beings, and we have the capacity. Every one of us has the capacity for greatness or for evil. And I think that sometimes we kind of, especially within our society, there's some sort of correlation between women good and men bad. And there's some black women that will sell you out. Hell, wasn't it a black woman that stabbed Dr. King and almost killed him? But black women have the capacity to sell out just like black men have the capacity.
It was a black woman who was a nurse running the Tuskegee experiments, who was poisoning a bunch of black men with what's the disease name? I can't remember the disease.
Syphilis.
So when it's like I say, I venerate black women, good black women, but I ain't on Bakari level yet. I reached there yet. You know.
I just to me, I just want. I'm talking
But the
about.
thing about it is, Bawana, watch this, Bawana. The thing about it is, right? Watch this. Why do I have to say good black women? Some things I need to see if people can differentiate for themselves. So I do admire the black woman. I love the black woman. I'm gonna say it again. It was a black woman when I was hungry that fed me, that went in there and cooked. It was a black woman when my papa passed away at 14. It was that same black woman that took care of me and looked out for me. It was black women. It's black women now. If shit hit the fan, I have more black women I can call who's ready to get suited and booted than black men.
You know what's funny about that statement, brother? So I sorry for interrupting. I'll let you go. You know what's funny about?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that, right? There's a lot of CEOs, these old white men. They could say to make the same claims you make because they used to be in the house, you know, hired maids and things like that, where they raised the children. Some of them used to breastfeed the white children. Some of these CEOs right now up in these high offices, you know, they can make the same exact claims that you're making, but do they see the black woman as God too? I just don't. Okay, all right, I understand where you go.
I don't care how they see them. I don't care how they see them. See, that's the thing. I'm not worried about how a white man see me or my woman. I'm not concerned about that. It's how I see me, how I see us, how I see black men, how I see black women. I ain't concerned about nobody else. So for me to say my woman is undesirable and don't nobody want her and she's not loyal to me, no, even if I felt that way, nobody would ever hear me say that on something where possibly millions of people can hear. See, look how the black man think about the black woman. Some stuff we're going to discuss amongst ourselves. No, ain't nobody going to. That's why. See, watch this, right?
That's true.
So I'm going to show you something, right? Huh?
Brother
Hold on.
Bakari?
This black woman is basically saying the same thing I'm saying. She's saying in her experience, white men out here fucking her and they still racist. So how is what I'm saying
that's good for? Look, what I'm saying is, I hope it continues to happen to her. I hope it continues to happen to her. But the black woman that ain't dealing, because what you're saying is the black woman that's not dealing with white men or another race, they're undesirable to them and they are waiting on them. That's why a lot of them are still single. That's what you said. I don't agree with that. And if I did, I ain't gonna step on my woman like that. And like I said, on something possibly millions of people can hear. Like, I'm gonna give you another example. When Koku said one time in the chat, he said Bakari should be getting paid by HBCU admissions. It's not whether I should get paid, but you know what? We sit on here and we say the same thing about black people that white people say. Then we have a problem when white people say it. We do their work for them. We do their work.
Yeah, I have to wholeheartedly, 100% agree with you again, my brother. I do say that the black woman is God. Why? Because I came through the womb of one. Even if I had to learn from her, even if the things I learned from her made me make bad decisions, because I was reflecting the decisions that she wanted me to do. Doesn't matter. She's still God. Dr. Ben said something a while back. He said, heaven is between a black woman's legs. And he wasn't saying that to be crude, because clearly heaven is where you come from. So of course, but I also say it's because of where I want to go to. And and I don't want to get crude, but every time, you're laying down at night, that thing is heaven. So the thing is irrespective, black women are God. I mean, it just, if that's the womb that you come from, is that if you don't think she's God, then clearly you did not come from a black woman's womb, because you came from nothingness, and we're up here talking and saying and rationalizing and discussing something. So clearly we came to be from somebody that we look like. One of the things that Brother Bakari that you said is, what does that say for the women that says that the only reason that these black females are single is because they can't get the white males. That it's a double-edged sword. Not only does it how bad it speaks about women, but what does that say about us? Again, Brother Bakari, when you said I have to look at how I see it, and that's what I mean by introspection. You did the classic example of what many young brothers don't even get. I mean, I don't know if it's the social media, the hip hop. I don't know what happened in the last 40 years that really have gotten us the inability to have that unicorn called introspection, responsibility, the ability to say, hey, I have failed. I'm gonna go ahead and conquer. I mean, anyone that's seen my latest workout video, I did things that many of you guys can't even touch. This is just what I'm saying to myself every day, saying, look, I have failed before. I'm gonna be a man. Okay, that's why I don't call us men, I call us black males, because men own and control things. The thing is when you see these black females, and like Brother Bakari said, hey, I hope she continues on the path that she's at. She'll either learn, or she'll either learn the lessons to go ahead and for survival, or she's going to get consumed and be destroyed. One way or the other, she's going to have to learn. Whether it's getting with her quote unquote zaddy and being a little concubine or whatever, she's going to learn one way or the other. Hey, life's about learning. If you don't learn one thing every day, you failed. But I have to ask myself, when I see stuff like that, what does that say about brothers? What does that say about us? The fact that we even have to put statements into the world that are saying, it's because of possibly that the black female is not, getting, she's not the pick of the litter or whatnot, or not getting the pick of the litter. What does that really say about us? What does that say about, our standing? I walk these streets every day, and many of the folks I see look like us. In other words, I see a lot of brothers, median age of 55, 60, laying out on the street. I could go not even 2 blocks, and there's somebody sleeping under a tent that should be owning and controlling production. It should be, like be an example from the young, black school children that are walking up and down the street, not having to see him sleep in a tent. See, these things unconsciously are the things, because we don't have introspection as brothers. These are the things unconsciously that are going to impact us. In other words, affect us, effect us, and infect us. And then when you're infected with something, you die. I have to wholeheartedly say, Brother Bakari, you're on the right path. And the reason I say that is because you've done the thing that is damn near almost, it's rare as an alligator with fur. You've done what is called introspection. If we look at that and say, hey, that's a reflection of
MG2.
I hear you, Brother Bakari. What you did is what I say is whatever these women do is a reflection of what either I've done successful or what I haven't done successful in controlling not only myself, not only the race, but controlling this planet. I'll go ahead and pass the mic.
My problem. I want to go.
Let me ask you a question before y'all go. Let me ask one question. I remember Koku said this. He asked me this because they know my goal. I'm gonna defend black folk, right? So Koku say, when is it okay for us to call out black people? So I'm gonna ask this question because black people always call out black people. When is it okay for a black person to say something good about black people? Because that's what get the most fight on these social media sites. If I say something good about black people, that's why I use the HBCUs for example. We'll sit here and talk about everybody's history. My good brother Black Steel even called Che Guerrero, whatever the hell his name is, the socialist dude. I think that was him. Well, some black person called him a hero. But go look and see how that person who they want to join rank with talked bad about black people. But if I say something good about a black woman, it's a problem. If I say something good about an HBCU, let's search for all the negative to say. So when is it okay to say something positive about black people? Because that's what's very seldom said on the social media sites, something positive. So when is it okay to say something positive without always getting pushback?
My problem with my older uncles on the panel tonight is y'all are in a different
Is anybody
generation.
talking? Is my phone messed up?
Yeah, you just, can you ask? 1 2 1 2. Can you ask?
Yeah, Bakari, Buana.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly say Buana, real quick.
Yeah, brother.
Real quick. When I say Bakari should get paid, I mean that sincerely. That's not a knock or a diss. I mean to say the work that you do, raising the awareness for HBCUs, they should kick something to you for that free press. I'm just saying. Buana, go ahead.
Yes, my problem with my older uncles on the panel tonight is they are from a different generation. And what I mean by that is you can't attribute titles to individuals who have not earned that. Now, if we are selling propaganda, I'm all for it. We could call Black women God all day if we're doing the Garvey thing of propaganda. But you all are of a different generation. And the generation that you all come from, women have earned the title of godhood. So I understand why you all would feel that way. Because you all have seen that the effort that women have put into the service of becoming on that kind of level. We are of a generation where we have women like this. This is a usual type of person we see in the streets of wherever in the Western world. You know, women exposing themselves, women doing all manner of things. So it becomes more difficult for men of our generation to look at women like this and attribute the title of godhood to individuals like these, because we say to ourselves, well, these people they are performing horticulture. They have not earned the title of godhood. What are you talking about? So there's a disconnect, I find. So to my older uncles on the panel, this is where we come to an impasse, and I disagree with this whole title of attributing titles to human beings, Black women who have not earned these titles. That's my only problem and issue with it.
Well, we come from different generations, right? But your mama, but your mama black, and she fed you and took care of you, right?
Brother Bakari, can I ask a question? What titles have black males earned? What titles have we earned as black males?
Why are we deflecting though? Could we talk?
No. I asked a question. That's a simple question coming from some.
The question is, why are we deflecting? Why are we talking about black men? We're talking about black women. Let's keep the focus.
Because the women is what put me here. I didn't come from a man's womb. I came from something that I definitely share.
You came from a man's nuts, though. You did come from his nuts.
Well, I did come from her womb, and she took care of me, and I fed from her breast, not my dad's. So I have to actually go ahead and explain that. Hey, wait a minute. What titles have black males earned? What do we own, control? Who do we conquer? What do we manufacture? Who do we compete with other than black women? Yeah, clearly. It's again the silence.
That's such a strong.
No. I want to answer that. So you see how I switch. So the title. So the earned godhood for being a woman. Let me finish, Brother Bakari. So to earn a title of godhood for a woman, she merely has to give birth. But to earn a title of godhood for a man, he has to be able to be the controller of the universe, do this, that, and the third. But it's like biologically, anyone can have a child. So I mean, just because a woman can have a child, that makes her God. I don't know. I disagree with that with my old uncles. I disagree with that with my old uncles, because she has to earn more than just doing something that comes natural to 99% of the women on the planet. That's not enough for me to earn the title of godhood.
Okay, so
can I ask you something?
I'm sorry.
Is your mother God? Do you consider your mother God?
No, I don't consider my mother God. I love my mother and I respect my mother, but I believe and I honor her in every way. But for me, there has to be some level for me of perfection involved in that. Let's define what this God means. What do you have to do to be God? Just define that for me, please, so I can have some better understanding.
Okay, watch this. Food, clothing, shelter. There when they need you. When you cry, wipe your tears. When you get a cut, they fix it. Band-Aid. There was always, matter of fact, fed you for 10 months while you was in her belly. They were still feeding you. But the question that came before that, you say, what title does a man get? I call black men God too. You heard me say 100 times, my daddy God, and I can name some of his friends because I saw black men do that work, right? So I saw black men literally get out here and do this work. But all those black men that did that work, they had a strong black woman with them. So that's why I said earlier, I talk about black men too. I call black men God. We are the, because the black man came, Marcus Garvey needed a woman with him. You understand? So I'm gonna name some people y'all know, because if I go to naming the people that I know personally, y'all would know them. Marcus Garvey had women with him. The man ain't gonna do what the man's supposed to do without the woman. The woman ain't gonna do what she's supposed to do without the man. But I'm still not gonna say the black woman single because she waiting on a white man or some other race to snatch her up. Because once again, the question that people didn't want to answer, what does that say about you? Why you are not desirable to your woman? Well, she would rather stay single and wait on somebody else to snatch them up than to be with you.
Well, first of all, Brother Bakari, you misrepresented what I said, because I never said that. Number one, I don't know, you're creating quite a straw man argument right now, because I never said that, never. So I don't know why you're creating this narrative, but I didn't say that. What I said, and I'll say it again, we can play with the playback, is what I said is that black women are not as successful when they date outside their race because other races don't see them as desirable, not because of loyalty. That's all I said. I didn't say anything else other than that black women aren't desirable. I don't find, or this, and what it said is that, number one, can we please stop talking about black women as if they are children, because they're not. They are adults. So it says nothing. If these black women want to go out their way, they want to swirl, and they're not able to swirl, if like what this black woman is saying, that she goes outside her race and these white men still racist, that has nothing to do with me. There's nothing to do with me. She has internalized white supremacists, anti-black views. If she wants to date outside her race and she's not successful at it, that's on her. That has nothing to do with me or any other black man. She needs to examine herself as an adult, as a fully thinking human being, and not a child. So this whole thing about what does it say about us? What about no? Why are we always gotta deflect when it comes to talking about black women? We gotta turn around and put it on black men as if black women aren't adults. Stop that.
Okay, good. Let me ask you a question, Carl. Because Bawana said for you to get me. So let me ask you a question, right? I'm going to come on my computer if y'all hear some noise because my phone is about to die. But I'm going to ask you a question before it die, right? Oh, damn. I said I'm getting old. I said, and I almost lost my, I think I lost my,
Bakari's phone might have died. I think what was said was many black women, not all, but many, prefer and hoping that a white man will scoop them up. And I think it was also stated that it's really for lack of opportunity. And that's when I mentioned that I think that it is because of lack of opportunity. And I mentioned the dating apps. You'll see a lot of black women on dating apps who are straight up and down telling you up front, I date interracial. I'm more interested in a interracial relationship. And to which Oni said, well, a lot of these people on dating apps are losers. So when we find these black women, who are really interested in a white relationship, but because they can't access it or they don't have what it takes or whatever, however you want to look at it or state it, they get with black men. And Koku, I truly believe a lot of women hold resentments towards black men in those particular situations. So I'll clarify as to what was actually said and how the conversation went down. And I think we should speak to that, not so much to this idea, this notion that it was said that all black women are just sitting there waiting for a white guy. We were really talking about those that do have those inclinations, but who don't have the access for whatever the reasons might be. So I just wanted to clear that up for a second. Also, Brother Bakari is having some issues getting on, but let's welcome in our boy Azuli this week. Azuli, what say you? First of all, how are you this week? And what say you to give her?
Yo, I'm good. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Now what I want to say is that none of y'all gods. Gods can't be conquered by humans. So if y'all gods, y'all a sad case of gods because y'all on the bottom of every economic pole in the world as a group. Number two, my issue with Bakari saying, oh, this black woman is gay. Yo, just because you hold somebody accountable, that doesn't mean you're hating on them. Actually, that is love. When you pointing at somebody's F-ups, somebody's BS, that's you showing love to them. The whole shit is saying, oh, black woman is got like y'all seem to act like because she fed me, because she birthed me, she doesn't get the right to be criticized. Like brother Boana just said. She didn't get the choice. She's a woman. That's what her body's supposed to do. What are we talking about? I don't understand when all this shit, when black men are not God, black women are not God. Because for you to be God and for you to be at the bottom of everything like that, you should be ashamed of yourself.
But Azuli, you forgetting it's the black man's fault. Hold up, because it was my turn. It was my turn. My phone messed up. I'm back.
Well, you can jump in. Your turn is, I'm not even done speaking.
Oh, I thought you're done. Carl started talking. Cause I'm gonna chew up what you saying too. Chew up and spit it out. Go ahead.
What I'm saying. Oh, I seem to have an echo. What I'm trying to say is this: how can you be a god and letting mirror? And the brother, I think brother MGK said they're not even humans. So how could you be being ruled by the so-called cave dwellers that you call them? But you God, the black man is God, the black woman is God, and y'all just getting played from left to right. Stop it. All I'm saying is that what I think what Carl is saying is that it's not that he's not saying that black women is undesirable to us. He's saying all that shit that they talking is because other races don't find them undesirable. That doesn't mean they're not desirable physically, but it's the whole package. When the black woman is when they say the black woman is the backbone of the community, what are you talking about? That doesn't even make no sense. So when you go trying to date all the black other races, he's not saying that the black woman is not desirable at all. What he's saying is that to other races, you're not desirable because maybe your personality is this, but they will have sex with you, just like that young lady said. What's the difference between what that young lady said and what Carl is saying? Their behavior is proving it to you that, yeah, we will have sex with you, but we might not marry you. So I don't understand what Brother Bakari is saying. It's like you're saying that, oh, you want them to be desirable to other races? That's like, are you looking for validation for black women from other races? At the end of the day, what I feel is that, all that black men is God, king, queen. You're king and queen and you at the bottom. Stop that bullshit. You ain't no queen, you ain't no queen. King, stop it. That's it.
Good. I'm glad he said that because I'm gonna go back to my question that people refuse to answer. I got two questions, right? One, I said, first of all, I want to say, Koku, I didn't take that as a shot at me when you said what I said, when I repeated what you put in the chat about HBCUs. I didn't take that as a shot. I thought that was I actually enjoyed the fact that you said that. I didn't take that as a shot. I just wanted you to know that. I ain't take that as you taking a shot at me. But once again, why is it a problem to black people when a black person speak high of black people? I keep telling you, you gonna get a lot of pushback if you say something good about black people. But if you talk negative about black people, you're gonna get people up here like Azuli and tell you ain't shit. Don't call yourself king. Don't call yourself queen. The same person that will call you the N-word in a heartbeat, because I've heard him say it several times. That's okay.
But they have a problem when I speak high of black people, especially a black woman. So Carl said, because I don't know why they keep talking about her, because she speak for a very small minority of black women. And I would say those black women, that I still say those black women that single, they're single because they are loyal. So Carl, you said, do I see how some black women, I don't know why you keep using her, so I ain't gonna talk about her, how the black women has internalized racism, white supremacy, which is a term I really don't use, white supremacy, but for the sake of this conversation, the people that feel white people are supreme, I'm going to use it for you. Do you see how you have internalized white supremacy by repeating what they are saying on dating apps publicly to the whole world about your woman? Do we see how that could be internalized as so-called white supremacist rhetoric and we repeat it? Now, those two questions very seldom get answered, but I'm going to ask again, why is it a problem for a black person to defend and stand up for black people? Why do black people have a problem with that? And why we going to say they internalize racism, white supremacy, but if we don't see it as you internalizing racism, white supremacy by repeating what they said on a dating app, or how Azuli hasn't internalized racism, white supremacy, who just told you you ain't shit, you shouldn't call yourself king or queen or god or gods, but he is okay with calling you the N-word. Can anybody answer? Because last time I asked that question, didn't nobody answer. See what I do, and I would do this for a month. I would stay on those questions for a whole month till somebody finally answers. Is anybody going to answer?
I want to answer that. I want to answer that. What Azuli said is...
So you're doing like a boxer. You ain't answered. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going to let you finish. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I want to answer. Cut your mics, because I hear an echo. Cut your mics. Everybody.
I just cut it. It won't let... Mute it again.
Okay, so my belief is this. Criticism is not discounting the fact that we venerate and we respect women. Criticism, as Azuli said, sometimes could be love, because there's a such thing as constructive criticism. Now, I understand what AMG2 say. AMG2 or Brother Bakari, you say we're on a public platform where millions of people can hear our discussion. That's true. That's 100% true. But where else do we have the opportunity to speak freely? You know, and maybe we shouldn't talk on a public platform. Maybe we should talk on a on a phone, you know, in our homes, you know, not a public platform. But this is the only time where people from all over the Black world can get together and discuss our issues. So the fact that we are critical does not necessarily mean we discounting Black women, because there are some things Black women do on a daily basis that should be criticized. I can't watch Black women participate in whore culture, and ignore that and then say, well, we're going to still speak highly of this behavior. That's being dishonest. That's escapism. That's escapism. And I tell you all last week, you stay with the pain. Deal with the pain of the reality until we get to where we need to go, because it's a process in reaching this whole idea of godhood. This in my opinion. Okay. The second thing is
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
You asked one other question. You asked another question.
But let me say about that. You did like a boxer. You never answer questions. You've been hit side the head and got a concussion and don't understand the question. Because I understand you gave an answer, and your answer would make sense to the right question. But I'm going to ask the question again. Why is it a problem? Why is it Black people, especially me, get pushback if I speak high of Black people on social media, especially of a Black woman? And I said what Azuli said, and you went all, I thought you was going to touch on it, but you didn't. He said, you ain't no God, you ain't no goddess, you ain't no king, you ain't no queen. He said, you ain't shit. And y'all have heard him call Black people the N-word over and over and over. And I'm going to ask the question again. Why is it people who insult and can belittle and berate Black people publicly on these panels never get any pushback? But me, someone who speak up and say, you know what, I'm a defender of Black people. Why is it the people who defend Black people get so much pushback
get way more pushback than the black people that just take dumps on black people.
I get you. So if we being fair, cut your mics, everyone. If we being fair, I criticize me and Erzuli have back and forth all the time, and he'll tell you this. Me and him have back and forth all the time. I don't agree with what Erzuli say, with everything he say. Some things Erzuli say is profound. Some things he says bitter nonsense. I can't get in a fight every time someone says something that I don't like. I'll be fighting especially a black person. I can't get in a fight with everything that I don't agree with or what come out of a black person's mouth every day, every time. I'll be fighting all day. All of us, to some degree or another, MG2 talk about passive going along to get along. Passively going along to get along. To some degree, all of us are infected because we live in the Western world. You cannot live in a house that's on fire and come out of the house without smelling like smoke. So to some degree, all of us are infected. Now we struggle with this idea of looking at ourselves, selling. This is what Marcus Garvey was talking about, selling the Negro to himself. This is something that we fight with because we've been in a classroom for 400 years that been telling us niggas ain't shit. So the idea of saying that black men should look at ourselves in a godly fashion, that is for many of us, that is a stretch. That's something that we fight with. That's something that we contend with. We'll get there. I think we will eventually get there. You know what I mean? But I don't push back on you always. I have paused. Me personally, let me speak for myself. I speak positive. I try my best to speak positively and have a positive outlook with all of my brothers, despite the fact, even on political lines, on ideological lines, all y'all my brothers, and I love all of y'all. And I love Erzuli too. That's my brother. That's my good Haitian sensation brother. Even though sometimes I feel like sometimes he's wayward, but I feel like sometimes you wayward too, Brother Bakari. When you put women on the premise of godness, I feel like you are wayward with that because I feel like that title needs to be earned. You can't just give a person a title. You can't give them an award if they have not earned it. And I feel like you have to earn that first before I give you that title. That's the only pushback I give you. That's it.
Okay, I got you. So,
hold on, no one. All right.
I'm just
going. Can I respond to Buana?
I was actually waiting for Zuli to respond, but it seems like he's not there. So,
no, I'm here. Yeah,
respond to that question Bakari asked.
I don't even know what Bakari is talking about. I never push him back. If he's
Let me ask the question again. Let me ask the question so
you don't have to ask the question again, man. I know what the fuck you said, bro.
You just said you don't know. I'm just saying.
Oh my God. Okay, Bakari, say it again. Because you go ahead, talk. Oni 2.0, go ahead.
You got it. You know, everybody gonna talk. Ain't nobody gonna answer it, but go ahead. Ain't nobody gonna answer the question.
Okay,
what
I'm saying is that I don't have any issue of you giving proper talking positive about black people or whatever. What I'm talking about is the gaslighting of talking about you are kings and queens. Stop it. What are you queens or king of? King of going to their school, king of going to their education, king of them providing you job, king of giving them your religion? I'm not saying that black people haven't done some great stuff in the world. Yes, we have individualistically. But as a group, we are at the bottom. Were you saying, oh, the black woman is God? How? You're God and you're letting puny human destroy you? You're letting puny human make you exploit yourself? You're letting puny human make you fight with your other God that's your counterpart? How are you a God? You don't control any means of production, bro. How are you a God? Your continent is colonized. What are you talking about? I'm talking about reality. Kings or queen of what? Doesn't a king rule his own country? Doesn't a king or a queen rule their own continent? You don't rule shit. So what I'm saying is, individualistically, black people have achieved. Okay, some black people have achieved, but and what do you? I've never said for you when you because you say, oh, I use the N word. I use the N word. So what? I use the N word, nigga. So you use the word king. You are still the king that you're talking about are still under the heel of the structure right now. So what are we talking about?
But
and I use the N word because I'm operating a different thing. I listen to people. There's the Negus, Naga, Niji. All that those words come together. The word nigga is the bastardized version of Negus, but you don't see it that way. And I'll take your criticism. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't use the N word or whatever. Yeah, I'm working on it. But for you to be like, oh, I'm hating on you, or we hating pushing back on you because you're giving. No, we're pushing back on you when you're simping for women and you simping for bullshit that the black culture does. That's what we're pushing back on.
Can I respond to Urzuli? Man, I'm loving this conversation. Man, brothers, anything you guys say, whether I agree with it or not, I learn from it, and that's what I love. One thing I will never call anyone, and I try not to, is that N-word, because I know what usually comes after it has not, made us kings or queens, for lack of a better term. Clearly, either we're in a grave or something else has happened anytime we use that word. I mean, I've seen it for the last 60 years, but maybe I haven't been out enough. But the thing that really, like I said earlier, I will always say the black woman is God, because God gives you life. Okay, I mean, clearly I didn't make myself, and if I did, hey, maybe I'm the first one to do it. I mean, maybe I need to go to Dr. Fauci and give him my DNA or whatnot. But anyways, the thing is basically, I will say we are gods if we want to be one. Okay, we are not acting like gods, and I always like Urzuli. Hey, I can't disagree. We're literally gods that are living the life of court jesters. I mean, clearly we own, control, manufacture, protect, nurture, damn near nothing. So it's not like that. I mean, clearly we know what the issue is. More importantly is now that you know the hurdles, are you going to have introspection, Urzuli? Are you, Brother Bakari? Are you, Buana, going to have the introspection to say, hey, I know the hurdles, so therefore I know the solution? I mean, it's that simple. The thing is shoot, Urzuli, you don't beat up on black folks nearly as much as I do. Okay, I am probably the king of making black folks want to go ahead and cut my throat. But I love it. Every time I look at them, when I'm working out, or when I have to look over my shoulder because one's trying to rip me off, I know that that's a God somewhere, even though he's a court jester, especially in the society that he does or she does nothing in, that she does clearly has not participated in protecting a race. Yes, we have now become nothing more than fools of this planet. Okay, court jesters of this planet. Like I said, who do you guys get your water from? Who made your toilets? Where do you get your underwear? So clearly, Urzuli is definitely onto something. Okay, he doesn't have to be Columbo looking at trying to figure out the crime. He's already figured it out and then some, and the sentence. But I will not, as Brother Bakari, to make his case, I'm not going to sit there and excoriate my own, or I should even say to reinforce what Buana was saying. Sometimes you do that because you love and you want to see the best out of us. So therefore, hey, you may criticize. But in Brother Bakari's case, yes, he looks at us as, we are something. I'm not here, I may criticize whatever, but hey, I'm not an N-word. I'm going to look at you as somebody that I look at myself. And that's that introspection that Brother Bakari brings out, is that saying, I'm going to look at you as if I want to look at myself. I want to look at myself as a king. I want to look at myself as somebody that matters. Now, as Buana was saying, hey, we can criticize. I ain't going to give you titles that are not deserved. Yeah, a king acting as a court jester definitely does not deserve the title of a king, or a queen that's acting like a prostitute definitely does not earn the title of a queen. But yet, I don't have the ability to give birth. So therefore, like I said, as Dr. Ben said, heaven is between a black woman's legs. Whether you come through that womb or whether you like to do like I do and go back in it, and I'm not going to get crude. But the thing is clearly, I have to, like I said, I love these conversations because, again, I learn from them. The thing that I look at is I will always say a black woman is God. That's just me. Okay. And that's my perspective. You guys might have 10 different perspectives. Hey, that's what gets you through your day. Please keep it. Don't change it for no one. That's you. And I'm sure I can't even tell you what to do because you're doing what you got to do. But black woman is always going to be God to me. And brothers and sisters are always going to be king and queen only when we know that we don't want to be court jesters, but we still are kings and queens. We're just acting like fools. We're behaving. We let another species take over this planet, destroy us. Look, what language am I speaking? As Dr. Amos Wilson said, that's not my language. That's a language of devils, or as the Greeks said, a language of contradiction. So clearly, even the way that I think, the way that I dream, the language, the foods I eat, clearly is showing that I am definitely living the life of a court jester. But to reinforce Brother Bakari, every day that I wake up, I tell myself, and I do this, Bwana, because it's something that if I can't go out of this world not doing. I go and I say, I'm at war. Whether it's most of you guys know that I lost my eyesight. I don't care whether it's Pecker was walking me across the street or whoever else. They know that I'm at war, not because of my personal egos or not because of the revenge I seek. It's because I want to get kings and queens to stop acting like goddamn jesters, or we're all going to end up like fools in somebody else's court. And clearly that's the way it is. So I have to agree with basically what all you guys are saying is just my learning lesson in terms to form my own perspective. I'll pass the mic.
So watch this, right? I like watch this. When I said what I said, right? And I said, y'all heard Azula use the N-word. He used it. See, it's not me taking a shot. It's me showing. And still, once again, nobody answered the question. So so that means I just stick with what already in my head, that most black people is anti-black, right? Because the only question I said was, why is it a problem when black people is standing up for black people or saying something positive about black people on social media? Why do that get so much pushback? But when we talk negative, everybody, MG2 didn't, so I ain't including him. Everybody can think of a reason why we should continue to say all the negative. But nobody can answer why they give the person who speak positive of black people so much pushback. So yes, I call it, when I meet young, I call them young gods, my young brother, young kings and queens, young goddess, my young sister. And they use the N-word. And I explain to them that. But I'm gonna say this. When we say the N-word, then we go to some people use the word, when we go to pseudo and say, well, it come from niggas. Niggas was actually royalty in Ethiopia. But those people were calling us to insult us. So you telling me white people was calling you a king or a queen or a god and goddess during slavery? No. We have accepted the fact that we are nothing but N-words. And I don't even use that word, but I'm saying we, because I don't separate myself from my people. We have accepted that fact. That's why we call each other that. It's a term of endearment, unless I'm about to whoop you, I'm about to do something to you, then it's F that N-word, and this to that N-word, and that's to that N-word. So the question again, so I would say again, I think it's a lot of, as Black Steel put it, that woman, she have accepted, or she believe in the whites, she have injected herself into
internalized anti-blackness.
And everybody every time I say something positive about something black, got so much pushback. That means y'all have internalized the same thing she's internalized, but you don't want to say it. Because if you listen to what you say and listen to the conversation, you know what we be saying? Like, damn, maybe I did. But see, it's hard to point the finger at us. That's why I say, black men, let's look in the mirror. Because it's hard to point the finger at yourself. MG2 asked a question. He said, where do you get your underwear? Go on champboxers.com. You want some black-owned, black-made, and black-sold underwear? Go to champboxer.com. I just told y'all where you can get some black underwear. So now you can stop saying, well, black people don't own nothing. We don't make nothing. I just told you where you can get some black underwear. I just told you that. So we ain't got to say that no more. So now we ain't got to say, you ain't shit. You ain't no God. See how easy that can come out your mouth. You ain't no God. You ain't no goddess. You ain't no king. You ain't no queen. You ain't shit. Those were the words that came out the mouth. But nobody give that pushback. But when I say a black woman is God, or if I say a black man is God, I get so much pushback. But somebody can tell you you ain't shit. Don't get no pushback. So we have accepted the fact that you ain't shit. That's how I see you all, not me. Because I get pushback on that. Y'all have accepted the fact that you ain't shit. Because that didn't get no pushback. Nobody said nothing when Azuli said, y'all ain't shit. You ain't, exact words, you ain't no God, you ain't no goddess, you ain't no king, you ain't no queen, you ain't shit. That was his words. Why didn't that get any pushback? But me saying
Stop acting like a Democrat, bro.
But me
You
saying
really
a
busting
black
right now.
woman, but me saying a
I
black
didn't get no
woman is God.
pushback because most people know what I meant.
Watch this. But me saying a black woman is God, a black man who's raising a black daughter. Yes, I'm gonna tell my daughter she's a goddess. I'm gonna tell my daughter she's a queen. I'm gonna tell my daughter if you hear somebody like a Zuli tell you you ain't shit, you tell him to go to hell and get as far away from him as possible. So I'm gonna say it again. Why don't that get any pushback? Y'all ain't gonna answer. So have y'all accepted the fact that y'all ain't shit?
Can I answer the question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I don't know if you got your speaker on, Bakari. Hit the mute. I got a bad echo. Okay. So first of all, Buana answered the question. Maybe he didn't give the answer that you would consider to be satisfactory. I'm going to answer the question as best I can. So first of all, the answer is internalized anti-blackness. We live in an anti-black society. We're basically born into it. So it's normal and it's natural, unfortunately, to say things about black people that are, insulting and hating. But I'm gonna say this because it's so funny how we've gotten so far away from this topic. And this black woman whose picture is on the screen, the conversation was about her and about how she is complaining about white men being racist and still want to date black women. So we've gotten from now, you can't say negative. If you say something negative, there's no pushback. We need to say negative stuff about this wench on screen. All right, let's keep the focus. This woman needs to have negative things talked about. You cannot sit up here as a black woman and lament that white men, why are you still being racist towards us and you're dating us and not expect pushback? So the pushback you're hearing is focused on the divest, the swirl, the black women in luxury women. That's what the focus is. We're not talking about black women, black people in general. I don't know about nobody else, but the focus is really on this broad right here and the broads who think like her. That is not indicative of every black woman. I don't believe, black women, black men. You want to call yourself a god, you want to say positive things to empower yourself. I support that wholeheartedly. Lord knows we hear enough bad stuff about us. We can't even go in a grocery store. We can't even go pick up some stuff from Dollar General without getting gunned down. So we have to speak life into each other. I don't agree with, telling black people they're not shit. They haven't done this. We haven't done that. If you're going to, what did Kwame Ture say? I wish Oni was here. You hear me quote a black person. All right. If you make an analysis of an oppressed people and you leave out the oppressor, you will come to an incorrect conclusion because you will blame the oppressed for all of their problems. You can't say black people this, black people that, and not include and not do a full understanding of the way we got into this position in the first place. We can't say black people don't own and control stuff and then turn around and look and see when Black people did build cities, they did, build businesses. These businesses were burned, were destroyed, were bombed from airplanes. So we can't say, oh, Black people, you're not doing this, without understanding why we're not doing this. Is it because we're just lazy? Is it because we're just sorry? Or because we're being targeted? Or because we have been designated as a permanent underclass, not just in the United States, in the world. And we have to overcome that. And we're not doing that sufficiently. We're not organizing it. It's not our fault that we're in this position, but it is our responsibility to change this around. So to answer your question, we deal with this internalized anti-Blackness on a regular basis. This stuff, I mean, from even within the womb, Black children get, the worst health care. We just heard a story about a Black woman giving birth to a child that got decapitated, and it was a Black doctor that delivered the damn baby. So it's not enough to say, well, we're in the condition that we're in without putting a proper analysis on that. So that's my answer to your question. We live in an anti-Black society. So yeah, it's gonna seem normal and common to say negative things about Black people, but we have to unlearn that. But I don't think that has anything to do with the topic on hand. It's getting late. It's gonna be my last thing. I know I gotta go.
I want to say this real quick. At the end of the day, the reality is you're not a queen, you're not a king. And you're not a god or you're not a goddess. You're not behaving like a god or a goddess. You don't control your own image. Another group of people control your own image. You know what I say? I would say Jean-Jacques Dessalines is godlike. Shahrazad Ali is queen-like. Toussaint Louverture is godlike. Malcolm X, Garvey, Kwame Ture, Patrice Lumumba, what's the guy named Sankara. But at the same time, I could say this: I could criticize Black people when they do some F shit. So for you to, you said you don't get, because I say Black people, y'all ain't shit. Okay, I might have used the word y'all ain't shit, but I'm not saying Black people ain't shit, like they stupid, they think I'm saying the way we are acting as a whole ain't shit. So if you want to say I'm saying Black people individualistically, that's not what I'm saying. But I know you know what I'm saying, but you want to hop onto it like a female, like a simp, and to go, oh, you're saying Black people ain't shit. Bro, we are all living under the control of the man that's controlling the system. Your language is not yours. Your religion is not yours. Your economy is not yours. You can't get up and say, I'm going to go to Africa right now without paying the cost to go over there. Your food is not yours. The people who see you, the medical doctors, are not even operating on an African body system. Most of Black people in America are dying of heart disease or diabetes, bro. And you tell me you're a king and a queen? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Stop the bullshit.
For time's sake, since we're over time, let me get your final thoughts on this prompt. Just keep it brief for me. We can always bring this type of prompt back. So keep it brief for me. Anyone who wants to add any last words on this prompt, go ahead. And then we'll close out with final shout-outs.
Real quick.
Yes.
I have to say I understand where Erzuli's coming from, yet I tend to take another path because, I do have the same, I don't know if it comes from frustration or if it comes from realization, but I do have to agree with Brother Bakari wholeheartedly. And I have to agree with Black Steel was talking earlier in terms of how the young lady was basically, this isn't, I won't say it's an isolated case, but she definitely was not talking to us. She's talking to someone who competes against us, i.e. white males, that clearly she has an affinity for. To wrap it up, all I could say, and most of you brothers are younger than me, so I'm gonna just put it this way. I know that we have failed. Okay, and I'm talking most in particular black males. We have failed, bottom line, because somebody else controls all our aspect of our being. All I could say is if you can recognize, because clearly if you're not conquering this world, we don't have our own nukes. You know, of course, we should all have nukes. We should all, own airlines. That's just who we are. That's what we can. We have the capability, clearly, if we want it. But all I have to do is just say, if you're not waking up every day and recognizing that if we aren't shit, if we're not doing that, or what Black Steel was saying, of course, we're not looking at the causation, but we're looking at the effect, the stores that have been burned down and this and that and the other. If you're only looking at the effect, I can understand. But all I'm saying, if you're not waking up every day and trying to either reverse it or trying to, and I don't care, and I'm not talking through rhetoric. I'm not talking through abstract, discussions. I'm talking about getting out there and using your own two hands to do it. Whether you got to walk into a store and kill 4 crackers, whatever it is. If you're not out there to go ahead and try to reverse the effects so we can take over this planet, I'm not talking about getting along. I don't give a rat's ass about so-called relationships or who's feminist and who's swirling. That's like I said, it's above my pay grade. I want to take over this planet. I want this back in the hands of those that I think might be able to manage it a lot better than these Neanderthals that have literally molested everything from the atom to outer space, weather, animals, and everything in between. If we're not thinking, even individuals, when you wake up, everything that you do, whether it's taking a piss, working, going to the store, or working out, I don't care what it is. If you're not actively trying to reverse it so we can have this planet to ourselves, then clearly, irrespective and with all due respect, whatever we've been saying, all of us tonight, don't mean shit. Good day, brothers. Always love listening to you guys.
Thank you, MG, too. Anyone else want to add last thoughts here? I think Bakari
Yeah,
wants to speak.
Yeah, let me give my last thoughts right quick. Y'all ain't shit, according to Azuli. But Afro Native will put, he say both sides, he or she, I can't remember. Both sides are too extreme. One is too feel good, the other is too negative. We need balance. Well, the thing about it is, I don't think it's enough feel good. It ain't nearly too much feel good because everything is negative. That's why they have a problem when I say something that feel good. If I say I'm going to say this to feel good, like I said, I'm going to tell my daughter she's a queen. Zuli, because she ain't no queen. He thought I didn't hear it. I'm going to tell my daughter she's a queen. You don't know who my daughter is. So when I say I'm going to teach my daughter she's a queen, Zuli, that's just something good for you to say, you know what? I'm going to just accept that because you have no idea who my daughter is. But we so used to beating up black people that they have a problem when a black person ain't beating up black people. And and the reason I'm on the other side 98.75% of the time is because 98.75% of the time it's black people sitting on here thinking of something negative to say about black people. I had to do shows on my channel defending the civil rights era because all people do is talk negative about them. Well, they were civil rights. That had nothing to do with nothing but access to white sex. They have taken dumps on Martin Luther King. You got they just take dumps on Malcolm X. God forbid if I mention an HBCU. They ain't got to know nothing about it. It's just black people. They speak out of ignorance and self-hate. Ignorance and self-hate. That's what they speak out of when you mention something black. So yes, I'm going to be that 1.25% of positive. Do I ever say anything that's negative? Yeah, I call some black folks Herschel Walkers. Well, some people don't know what that is. I call some black folk coons because they do stuff that I don't agree with. But it ain't my goal to sit, watch this. And one more example, then I'm gonna go. When Sha'Carri Richardson went through her episode after her mama passed and failed in the Olympics, y'all saw memes everywhere. Y'all say memes, I say memes. Everywhere talking about how she's nothing and how sorry, am I lying? And just laughing at it every time she lost when she was going through her struggles, right or wrong. How many of those same channels in those same memes, my words, memes, have you seen talk about Sha'Carri Richardson greatness, how she have turned around, how when she get to talk, all she gonna speak up for black folks. When she avoided those white reporters because of how they tried to treat her and only spoke to the black reporters until she had to go sit at the podium. So then other people get a chance to other black people get a chance to ask her questions. But ain't nobody gonna talk about that. But we gonna always focus on the negative. They're gonna always focus on the negative. That's what we do. And everything about black people ain't negative. Let me bring up hip hop. I can get somebody from Jamaica, from the United States, from anywhere, and we're gonna argue about who created hip hop for the next 6 hours. Without just saying, you know what, all that shit come from Africa, the beat, our rhythm, everything, it just come from black people. But we got to argue, berate, and belittle one another so I can big myself up. So now it has gotten to the point to the black man gonna argue and put down the black woman because that's lifting him up. He's lifting himself up by standing on his woman. But if we stand next to our women, and if our women stop putting down the black man, trying to stand up on the black man, and decide we gonna stand to, then we can stand up together and do what we're supposed to do. This skank right here, she don't even matter. I done met black women that didn't want to say nothing to a black man, but this beautiful woman from Ghana, oh my gosh, she wouldn't talk to a black man for nothing, not even me. In my conversation, nice. All she wanted was somebody white. And I noticed that, oh well, she don't matter to me. She don't matter. And when they get come upness, they can't come back to me. We have to learn to let them go. See, look what Afro Native Well put in there about HBC. I told you all I got to do is mention it. Everybody gonna find something negative to say. Can we at least hold them accountable? They are not largely producing entrepreneurs. They are school to court plantation pipeline. How many people do you know graduated from an HBCU? That's the first question. That's all I got to do is mention something black. Do you get what I'm saying now? All I got to do is mention it. Somebody is gonna find something negative from it. All I got to do is mention something black. So I asked the question, why is it when I say something positive about black, I get so much pushback? But you can sit here and y'all can listen to Azuli tell y'all ain't shit, have the audacity to tell me your daughter ain't no queen. Don't nobody say nothing. But I'm gonna get all the pushback. But guess what? I'm an old elephant. I got thick skin. I'm built for it. Azuli gonna run again like he always run. On that, thank you for letting me speak on your panel, Coco.
I appreciate you, Bakari. Thank
Okay.
you.
And peace to the whole panel and the chat.
Yes, sir. And thank you to Black Steel. I know Black Steel has to go, but thank you for coming through tonight. Thanks to MG2 who was here as well. Let's hear from Bwana and then Azuli.
Yeah, y'all got my brother Vex tonight. You know, brother Bakari, we still love you, brother. We still love you. Listen, I would say this. I think that both Bakari and Azuli is right. And we had this discussion before. I do not want to live in the world of fantasy. I want to live in the world of reality. Okay? Where we are right now. Or do I like when Azuli say things in the way he say it? I don't like it whatsoever. But is he wrong in what he's saying? When he states what he says. When he says that we are in the position where we are right now. He is not wrong. He is not wrong. And I don't want us to go off into escapism without dealing with the reality of where we are. I don't like it. You know what I mean? That's his trump card he's pulled. No problem. Is he wrong? He is not wrong. However, Brother Bakari ain't wrong either. Brother Bakari claims is aspirational. Brother Bakari claim is where we need to be. When he say that we are God, it's nothing wrong with Brother Bakari saying that either. Why? Because the people who control this world, before they ever get to the action part of what they did, they had a belief. They had a belief that they was dominant. They had the belief that they was the best of the best. Even in them creating these ridiculous sciences to back up the belief. They had a belief in these things. You know, Marcus Garvey said, in a race of life, if you believe you're gonna win, you know, rather than you believe you ain't gonna win, you already done win. You have to believe that you could come and accomplish what you will. Black person, people on this planet, you know, under the sound of my voice, you have to have that belief. And then afterwards, the actions back that up. The actions back that up. So I don't discount what Erzuli said, and I don't discount what Brother Bakari is saying, because it's an aspirational thing. However, it is a process to achieve these things. You don't just give these things, these titles or attributes to people who have not gone through the process. And the process is what I feel sometimes is in which we ignore. You know, we have to go through the process to get to the position of godhood. And it sometimes is going to take criticism or critical analysis of where we are. And if Razuli is given an analysis on where we are, I am not going to discount him because I don't like his rhetoric and how he says it. I'm going to look at it and I can analyze it and I can say to myself, how can I become better? This is what Sha'Carri Richardson did. You just claim her. She looked at herself and she said, maybe the things that I'm doing is not getting me to where I need to be. Maybe I need to change some things about myself to get to where I need to be. And she made an adjustment. So if this brother has the wherewithal to tell us where we are critically, to make us look at ourselves and say, this is who we are right now, this is enough to make us give an internal introspective look at ourselves and say, we need to make an adjustment to get to the level of godhood. And I do not want to falsely attribute to us, whether we call it ourselves, whatever we want to call ourselves, without going through the process of getting there. And that takes time. That takes time to get there. And that takes direction and that takes focus. So this is the reason I don't lambaste Brother Bakari. I think that what he has to say is good, is good. It's good to say so. It's aspirational to want to reach that point, but I would not ignore the reality of where we are right now. You know, for the sake of just feeling good. That is a lie. That's pseudoism. And I'm not playing into that. So I think that these things need to be coupled together. What Erzuli has to say and what Brother Bakari has to say to eventually get to that point. So I would just leave it there for your consideration. I appreciate the panel. I appreciate the conversation tonight. It's an honest conversation. Sometimes you get vexed, you know what I mean? But no love lost. You know, sometimes you got to say things, you know, but we have to be honest with one another. As men, we should carry broad shoulders. We should have broad enough shoulders to be able to speak honestly and to speak the truth, even though it's uncomfortable. Even though it's uncomfortable. So I appreciate the uncomfortable dialogue, and let's just get together and do what we need to do and go through the hard process, the pain of reaching what Brother Bakari say is godliness. You know what I mean? To get to that level. So I appreciate all the brothers who contributed tonight, and I'll leave it right there.
Zuliism?
Yeah, I want to say this. The Lovings case, a black woman went to the Supreme Court with her white man to force interracial marriage. That's the black God you're talking about. That's the goddess you're talking about. But okay, Sha'Carri Richardson. Yes, she might be she's a phenomenal athlete, but she did something wrong. She was smoking freaking weed, and she got caught. You were saying it's okay for her to smoke weed and to let her be in the Olympics. What I was saying is that you broke the rules. It doesn't matter if in America you smoke weed. The Olympics doesn't allow it. So you should be banned and suspended. Not saying Sha'Carri Richardson is not a superb athlete or whatever. She did great. She did great this past the world things right now. But I'm glad you're missing Sha'Carri Richardson because that's what you do. I don't. You never held Sha'Carri Richardson accountable for her BS that she did. So what? Her mother passed away. If her mother passed away and the pain is too harsh and she had to smoke weed, don't go in the Olympics. The Olympics know that you smoke weed, there was weed in your system, and you guys, and y'all want to, Michael Phelps got caught, got caught in his system, got suspended for a whole 6 months or something, and lost mad endorsements, harsher than what they give to Sha'Carri Richardson. Okay, I'm saying hold black people accountable when they do some F shit. Second, we said not lifting up black people. When I say black people, we ain't shit, I'm not talking about individually. Every day there's a black engineer born. Every day a black female becomes a doctor or a lawyer or a computer science major. Just like every day a black boy becomes a doctor or a lawyer, a police officer, and all of that. But as a group, we are not where we're supposed to be. And I'm not going to lie to people and say that we are God. Bro, you didn't even get to choose your own name. The name that you have, that we have, is name that we chose from those people that we claim we are oppressing us. You said, oh, your daughter's not a queen. I'm not a king, per se. Your daughter's not a queen. You want to lie to her and tell her she's a queen? But the world will tell her.
Hey, speak on you. Don't speak. Speak on you. Don't speak on my daughter. Speak on you. Speak on you. Don't speak on. Don't. Yeah. No, I said because that's what I said because that's what I teach my daughter. Speak on you. Don't speak on my daughter because what I teach my daughter, I'm gonna continue to teach her. Don't speak on her because you don't know nothing about her with your bitch ass.
You could teach her all that lie that you want
with your bitch ass, a fucking coon.
Yeah,
you a coon.
Exactly. Okay.
You a coon.
Okay. And
a coon with a capital K.
Okay. Are you done? So I say this to say, I'm not saying that when I say we ain't shit, I'm not saying that we have nothing. I'm just saying that we're not, maybe I'm trying to say that we're not living up to the potential that we're supposed to be living up to. Maybe that's the case. So at the end of the day, that young lady right there on the video, we should not be backing her up. When black people do certain stuff that's detrimental to the society or to the community, we don't give him a pass. You don't get a pass. You're gonna be held accountable, because holding somebody accountable for something that they did, or for something that they're acting right, is love. So if you want to say I hate black people, I did it, that's on you. That's how you look at it. And at the end of the day, maybe we have godlike abilities, but we're not implementing them. So that's all I have to say.
And once again, ain't nobody gonna ever correct bullshit when they say something about black folk. But y'all do try to correct when somebody say something positive. I don't get that. I don't get that. I said I teach my daughter she's a queen. He had in there, don't you lie to her, she's no queen. Nobody tell him. Don't nobody tell him, yo, dude, don't you tell that man what to tell his daughter. Yo, don't nobody correct that. So, Moana, you can't agree with me and him. It's impossible.
She's not a queen.
It's impossible. Because this dude is a coon. This dude here's an app. Well, you know, and then you're gonna say Michael Phelps. Michael Phelps got more suspended. Now, actually, what they did was they talked about the white girl that got caught smoking weed from Russia that was able to participate in the Olympics. And then she want to insult the woman, but she's going through something with her mama. But y'all ain't gonna say nothing about that. I don't get it. Maybe y'all have accepted the fact that y'all ain't shit. Because he told y'all that. Because he said it. Then try to correct it. Y'all let him dress up something. Y'all try to let him sprinkle sugar on Dookie and let him get away with it. He sprinkled sugar on Dookie. He tried to take back what he said, sprinkle sugar on Dookie.
I'm not taking nothing back what I said.
He sprinkled sugar on Dookie and don't nobody say nothing. Nobody. But whenever I say something positive, it's gonna. All I did was mention HBCU. Somebody came in the chat and after we done straighten it out. But all I did was mention HBCU. Somebody come in the chat. Well, you do have to hold them accountable for this. Like, okay, I got you. I never said don't hold them accountable. But all I do is mention something positive about black. That's what I'm talking about. All you got to do is mention a positive about black. People like Azuli can come on here and get away with bullshit and tell y'all ain't shit and don't nobody say nothing. don't get it.
That's a lot of female talk,
I don't
man.
get it.
Stop simping,
I don't
man.
get
Stop
it.
simping.
Let
Stop
me
simping.
let me jump in there. I see Afro Native Girl. Someone has the mic. Afro Native Girl. Me, that's Bakari. Me moderating the discussion, and that goes to my response to Bakari. And I know Bakari is not being, at least I don't think he's being direct to anyone when he says why y'all ain't doing this, that, and the other. But the reason why I'm letting the conversation go is because for me personally, in this thing that we're all here doing on a Saturday night, it's about diversity of speech and thought. And so I'm going to let Bakari say what he say. I'm going to let Erzuli say what he say. I won't agree with certain things, but I'm going to let the conversation, right, take its form by the participants in it who have a portion, so to speak, in the conversation. I'm just a moderator. I'm going to let some of that run on for a little bit. Let them work that out, right? But at the end of the day, the stance of me, the host of the show, is that everyone gets to say, if you're taking up for black folks all the time, you get your chance to say what you got to say. If you're not taking up, you get a chance to say what you got to say. This particular thing about Bakari's daughter, I prefer, and I understand Zoe's going to say Bakari brought her up, I prefer y'all don't talk about his daughter. She's not a part of the conversation.
First of all, Koku, not to interrupt you, bro, I'm not talking about somebody's daughter. The person say her daughter's a queen, his daughter's not a queen. Just like he's not a king.
Dude, you don't know nothing about my daughter. You don't know nothing about my daughter. And Koku, it wasn't the point. I ain't trying to get you to speak up for me, because Azuli ain't shit. He didn't already let you know that. So I know I can handle people that ain't shit, because he ain't shit. He said it. What I'm saying is how negative stuff like that can always come out and nobody ever say nothing. It's like sometimes I feel like, not just here, even sometimes when I'm in the streets and I'm talking in front of Walmart and I'm the only person who gonna stand on something positive for black. Why does it always have to be the negative? Don't know, like Buwana say, I agree with both. You can't. Either you agree with the positive or you agree with the negative. It's okay if you disagree with me. But I'm telling you, it seems, don't care what show we're doing, and it's about black people. It's always about, damn, everybody got something negative to say. Ain't nobody got nothing good to say. Nobody. Okay, watch this. When I did a show talking about black restaurants, Koku came on. Koku said something positive. Then the next two people came on. Well, why they so damn high? Why they doing like, God damn. So, okay, we can but right now we are talking about the quality of the food, and we're talking about this. Even me and Koku have discussed on the panel, well, they can lower their prices, or they can create a way to give you a $5 plate or a $6 plate. So you understand? You remember that conversation, Koku? So we don't have to spend $20, $30 every time, because sometimes we just trying to get something quick to go. But then everybody else came on the panel, but Wanda didn't come up. Forecasting, let me see, Shaka Zulu, it was too much. Everything just came out negative about them. Everything, and that's all I'm saying. It seems like sometimes, only thing I expect, I guess, not want, I guess I should stop expecting, like black people should think better of themselves. And for a grown man to sit here and tell me, stop lying to your daughter. Now, at that point, me and my whole energy changed. Because if I was next to him, I would have seen if he know how to box. Your daughter ain't no queen. I'm just being honest with you. I teach my daughter that. That ain't nothing for him to speak on what I teach my daughter. I'm just saying the positive in which I put into my children. I've been telling my son he's a lawyer since he was 6 years old, because that's what he's gonna be. And he's in school now. You're an attorney. You're an attorney. You're the best attorney in the world. I'm not supposed to speak. I'm just supposed to. You know what, y'all should listen to a Zulu. Y'all really ain't shit.
So your daughter's gonna be a queen?
Y'all really ain't shit. I'm really not talking. I ain't holding no conversation with you right now.
No,
Cause y'all really ain't. Y'all. So what? This is what we should tell the black children. Y'all really ain't shit. You ain't no king, no queen, no god, no goddess. Y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't nothing but some N-words. Is that what we should teach our children? I'm just asking.
Bakari, let me introduce confidence tonight. Confidence is really about to cut the show down. But what are your thoughts on this last topic here?
Man, I just came in. I don't see the prompt anymore. I'm sorry, I was just listening. But I'm not sure what the prompt is. Can you run it back for me? Thanks for having me on the panel.
Yeah, he ain't know the prompt is, so I want to go because I came back.
Hold up, boy. Let me just go real quick. The man who's saying we are gods, we are queens, we are kings and queens just said he will punch me because I said his daughter is not a queen. The same man that's talking all this shit is advocating violence against another black king. All right, bro, stop it.
No, I didn't call you a king. I said you a coon. I used the K, but I said a coon is what I said. I didn't say you a king. I called Bawana king, Koku. I called MG2. I called you a coon.
I'm not a king. I know I'm not a king.
I know you're a
what? I know
coon.
your daughter's not a queen either. Shut up.
You're a coon.
Bawana, go ahead.
Yes. So I want to play mediator, but I want the brothers to hear me just hear me for a minute, just even if it's a second. That's a second between the issues the brother facing. Brother Bakari say black people don't talk positively about one another. And I understand that because he is absolutely right. This YouTube business is sometimes when black people get together, it could be a force for negativity. And that is a fact. That is a fact. And Brother Bakari, as a righteous dude and right thinking man, he want to hear more positivity. And there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But, and hear me when I say this, please, Brother Bakari, sometimes, just understand that we are collectively, globally, in a situation where we have been infected. Look at it like that. We have been infected with a particular mindset that we struggle with on a daily basis. And sometimes it's difficult for us to look at ourselves in the perspective that you do. That maybe you're ahead of the curve, maybe you're a little bit ahead of the curve. Give the other brothers who have not reached there yet some leeway to get there. I understand where you are because it's like you have a right mind. It's like, why do y'all think this way? But give the brothers who have not reached there some leeway to get there. On the other side of that perspective, what I would say too is this. If I have ADHD, they used to tell me I had an ADHD in school, They used to tell me that. ADHD, right? I don't want to ignore the fact that I have ADHD. I want to be able to work through my ADHD to be able to reach a point where I could compete with the rest of the students in the class. I don't want somebody to tell me, oh, you are A student when I ain't there yet. You know what I mean? Give me the ability to work to the point to where I could get to be an A student and compete with the rest of the people in the classroom. That's all I'm saying. Don't ignore my ADHD. Acknowledge, well, he is a king, but I have to work with him to be able to compete on a level of the rest of the students in the classroom. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying as a mediator and it to be a go-between between the two different positions. That's all I'm saying. Yes, we are kings. Yes, we have the ability to be gods. You know what I mean? But give us some leeway to get there. Maybe your life experience already and have you there already. And it's good that you tell your daughter to give her the ideas and put in her mindset, planting the seeds, good seeds that she is a queen, that she's a goddess, and all these things. Like maybe many of us have not gotten that. You know what I mean? But we have to have the leeway to get there. And I think that through time, give your brother Azuli the leeway that you want others to have. Give him the leeway because he may eventually get to the point the way he become a Desaline. I waken on him. You know what I mean? But just meet us where we are until we get there. That's all I gotta say. I'm out. It's great having a conversation. I'll just sit back and listen to what the brothers gotta discuss. And I'm out. A good night, brothers. It's 12 o'clock. I gotta go.
One thing I'm gonna say, all that queens and king business is Eurocentric minded shit. I want to be a queen, I want to be a king. Yo, I would never be at his level. I don't want to be at his level. Like he said, I'm a coon. I don't want to be at that level. I want to be in the level of reality. Thank you. Yo, Goku, dope conversation. Thank you. I always appreciate it. Good night, bro.
Appreciate you. Confidence, you wanted to comment now?
Yeah, I see the how much does the perception of criminality impact how African people are treated?
No, that's not it at all. I'm sorry. I messed that up. Confidence, we're gonna have to have one next week. We're at the end of the show. We had a long discussion here.
Okay.
All right. Bakari, are you still there? Okay, maybe Bakari left too. I put the wrong.
No, I'm still here. I'm gonna tell you something. It's 12 now. I was gonna go on. I still might go on by 1 or 2. Zuli's scared to come to my panel. And guess what? I ain't gonna apologize for nothing I said. I guarantee you that. Not to him anyway. But but I might just have to ask that question. And that's it. It was just a question. I do want to know, why is it hard for us to accept anything? Why is it hard for us to accept positivity? If we don't teach our kids, if we don't teach our children something positive, and Trigger Happy 262, put it in the chat. He get it. I can't remember. They get it. You have to teach. I teach my children something positive. I want my children to grow and know there's something more than an N word. You understand what I'm saying? That's not you. Is they gonna get out here in the world and get caught up doing something? Some of this stuff in the world might get to them. Yes, it got to me when I was younger. You understand? We all go through, but I was always, you know what? I talk positive. Plus, I'm gonna tell you one more thing before I go. Let me tell you another reason I take up for Black women all the time, not just because I love them and adore them and I put them on a pedestal. Not her. Not the one on the screen right here. But want me to tell you why? I'm going to explain to you something, right? I told you I got old parents, right?
Yeah.
I told you my granddad, my grandparents was born at the end of Reconstruction. You understand what I'm saying? Right after that, for real. And I'm 51. I got old parents. My dad was the youngest of 7, born in 1920. My whole life, I was raised. You don't talk negative and treat Black women bad because of how they have been treated by the world. They have been told, and this coming from people who was born in, like I said, my dad was born in 1920. He was the youngest of 7, so you know how old my grandparents were, right? So this coming from people who we talk about is bad now, but this coming from people who saw lynchings and saw even me, man. I ain't seen a lynching, but the Klan came and burned a cross in my yard. It was like 2 years before I was born, 3 years, 69. So this stuff I say is a lot of my life experiences. And when KW Don mentioned the book, I ain't knocking nobody for reading a book, but I was raised with the book, if that makes sense. I was raised with people that actually literally did all of this work for real. Traveled the country, friends with Medgar Evers, Fannie Lou Hamer, marched with Dr. King, and I ain't just talking about just saying I'm out here. So when I take up, because this is what, like, man, y'all, my dad, you don't know how Black women was treated. Y'all don't know how Black women was just always called ugly, and always they were the worst thing on earth in this country. So I couldn't and I can't, because I see it still that way. Now they fighting back, but they're fighting us. So I can mention their negative thing, but I speak high of black men too. I call us a king. I know the things that we can do. It ain't just me taking up for the woman. I take up for black people because I know we are better than a lot of the things that we do. We are better than that, and you know it too. So I'm going to speak the positive, especially into our youth. That's my take on that. Thank you for letting me speak, man. What's going on, confidence?
Peace. I'm trying to get with you, bro. You having a show after?
Say it again.
You having a show after? I'm trying to get with you.
Yeah, if I do, it's gonna be probably about. She's gonna be closer to 1 o'clock, and I know everybody gonna be in the bed.
I just woke up.
You just woke up. Yeah, and that's all in Koku, that's all I'm asking. So I will apologize to my boy, to my homie, to my friend, my brother, Bawana, and to Carl if they felt I said anything disrespectful to them. And I would apologize to you if you felt I said anything disrespectful to you and anybody else in the chat. But I ain't gonna apologize to Azuli. But I will apologize to y'all because I was not trying to disrespect y'all in no way, shape, or form.
No, I didn't take it that way.
I don't want. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I really wasn't even trying to I wasn't trying to disrespect the Zuli. And she said, "Your daughter ain't no queen, dude. Don't do that. I'm just telling you what I teach my daughter. Stop lying to her. She ain't no queen." Like, whoa. And I wouldn't, like I said, I wasn't expecting you to speak up for me. I'm just saying, speak. We have to speak against some of that negative all the time. We do have to speak against it because our children listen to this stuff. Believe it or not, teenagers listen to us. And if the teenagers hear us saying we ain't nothing, what they gonna think about themselves? On that note, I yield I'm gone. Peace and one love, Afro Native World. We straighten everything. Trigger Habit 6262 and everybody else in the chat. Peace, one love to you, Koku. And once again, thank you, my man.
Yeah, no problem. No, thank you, man. Thank you for coming through. This is what I was saying earlier. It provides this diversity of thought, and so this diversity of thinking and speaking. So, I appreciate you coming through as well as Uzuli. I appreciate hearing you guys speak to your beliefs, speak to your thoughts, and I think it's wonderful for the people to hear it too. Confidence, sorry you came in late, but we're gonna go. But if Bakari goes on later, I'll be up for a little while longer. I'll tune in, so you guys tune into Bakari tonight. We went over time, but I think it was a good conversation and worth it. I'll be back next week. I might start doing something new. I'm thinking about something, but I don't want to start something that I'm not able to finish. But I'll let you guys know if I do it or not. Thanks for the super chats tonight, KW Don 7 and Lero. Thank you guys for your super stickers and super chats, etc. I guess I'll see you guys next week, and I'll see you guys during the week on all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Shout out to everyone who participated tonight. See you next time. Peace.
Peace. Good night.